Yeah, they're coming in. We're at 29.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. We'll start in about a minute or so. We're just waiting for participants to join. Right now, we're at 60, 70, and there are over 150 registrants. So we'll get started right in a minute. Peter, I'm gonna make you co-host if you don't mind.
Sure. Hope we don't expect anything highly technical from me.
No, just help me
Yeah,
with
we're doing what you do.
participants. Okay. We're at 104. I'll give it a few minutes.
Life is good. Attendance is up.
Yeah, we're at 110, still climbing.
We just need more controversial issues.
And cold winter nights.
Nothing else to do, so I thought I'd tune into an ANC meeting.
Yeah. We're at 109. Okay, it's dropped, slowed right there at 109. So I'm gonna go on and get started. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight at ANC 34G's regularly scheduled public meeting. My name is Lisa Gore. I'm chair of the ANC, and we'll be navigating you through our meeting tonight. We have a lot on the agenda, so we're going to get started and start with commissioner introductions. Again, I'm Lisa Gore, commission chair. I am the ANC commissioner for single member district 3G01, which is Hawthorne and Barnaby Woods. My commission area spans from Rock Creek, basically Rock Creek Park along Oregon Avenue, up Western, past Pinehurst Circle and Upland, then back over towards Beach and part of Tennyson, coming around that way. Thank you again for coming. Peter Gosselin.
I'm Peter Gosselin. I represent Single Member District 06, which is the west side of Connecticut, back to 42nd Street, between Western Avenue and the Chevy Chase Circle and Military, with the peninsula to the east of Connecticut, to Nevada between Military and Legation. Thanks for coming.
Peter Lynch.
Hi, everyone. My name is Peter Lynch. I am the commissioner for Single Member District 05, which is from the Chevy Chase Circle down to about Legation, and then part of Military, and then over to Broad Branch. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening, and hope to keep these numbers up and keep going up. Thank you all.
Zach Ferguson.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Zach Ferguson. I'm in 34G07, which is more or less a triangle with Military on the north, Reno on the west, and Chevy Chase Parkway on the east.
Bruce Sherman.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. It's great to have you with us. I'm the commissioner for Single Member District 02, which runs from Military Road by St. John's College High School, up Oregon and Utah to Tennyson, down Tennyson to 31st, up to Aberfoyle. And if you jump across from there over to Oregon, you capture Chatsworth and Oregon Knolls. That's the district.
And Michael Zeldin.
I am 3G04, which is Lafayette Elementary, bounded by Broad Branch, Utah, Western, all the way up to Upland.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. And I see, Zach, your information about the chat. Is the chat not open?
I was going to share a link. We have openanc.org is a great map of all the ANCs. I was going to send it out to everyone, but I don't think we can chat with the attendees right now.
Did you switch it to everyone?
I just clicked on that panelist and host. If you pull the drop-down menu, it does say
everyone.
I think that's because you're co-hosts. I just see the other commissioners.
So how do we do that?
We can move on, but just something to think about. I don't want to hold
a
this
lot
up.
to think about with regard to these meetings, but
Yeah, we gotta. I'll do that when I have a little free time. I'll get that.
How about this?
Okay. I wanted to go over just some meeting rules for the ANC. If we will fix that chat because that's really important, and hopefully the QA is working as well.
Can I just interrupt, Lisa? Zach, could you see, I just clicked everyone, and if I'm co-host, I ought to have been able to expand that. When you drop the menu down again.
Yep, now it's there. All set.
Thank you. Good. Yep.
And if someone in the audience could just send a chat saying hi, just to make sure that the audience members can send a chat to everyone as well.
Chaz Cadwell is on and just messaged me that the chat was disabled. So Chaz, if you could send a chat message so we could see that it goes to us, but also to others.
And thank you for bearing with us.
It's working now.
Awesome. We have been having some really challenges with Zoom, and this is our first time using this particular Zoom account. So thank you for bearing with us. So definitely put your comments in the chat if you have specific questions. At the bottom near the right center of your screen, there's a tab that says Q&A. And I see we got people that are putting things in the Q&A, so we know that's working now. Thank you so much. Make sure if you're speaking on a topic, we have two really hot topics tonight. If the community members are given a time frame, like say 1 minute, 1 minute and 30 minutes, please stick to whatever that time frame is so that we can get through all the participants. Generally in our meetings, after presentations, the commissioners will make comments and then we will go to the audience. Please don't let the agenda times fool you. We put the agenda times on there because our meetings run 7 to 9. So we have to fit that within the agenda. But if a topic goes over, as it typically does with this ANC, you guys know that we will run it over until, we think we need to close discussion. But, one topic in particular has a 10-minute agenda time. It's definitely going to take longer than that. And we will definitely hear from the community on that. And just remind everyone to be respectful in the chat, in the Q&A, and if you're speaking. So with that, we will go on to adoption of the agenda. There's a couple of suggested changes that I want to make. Peter, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I need to make two changes.
Okay, you go first.
The first is immediately after announcements. I hope we have time to have Lieutenant Oliveira brief us on the 42nd Street Northwest.
I have them on here, and one change before that, Councilmember Matt Fruman is joining us. So I wanted to put Councilmember Fruman after announcements and then MPD.
Okay, and the other change I need is Mamma Lucia's is seeking our support for a fast food use exception. We need to deal with this tonight because the ZBA hearing, which we're just being told about, is Wednesday. I think this is something that we can dispatch with very quickly. We posted all the relevant documents.
You want to take them after MPD?
After MPD, yeah.
Okay.
Just very quickly. And I will message Pete Nuskas to come up, the owner of, okay. Those are my proposed changes.
And I wanted to see if the commission would be amenable to moving the bylaw discussion to right before the ANC committee task force reports.
It's fine with me. Others?
Fine.
Okay. That way we can get, our attendees aren't standing, in the meeting for a long time waiting on major topics. We get the major topics up front. Okay, and then under commission business, I just wanted to add to point number 4, hybrid meetings. A quick
Yes.
discussion on hybrid meetings. Okay. All those in favor of those agenda changes, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. 6-0. So our agenda is adopted. So right now we're at 140 attendees. If commissioners, do you have any announcements? Peter?
Just a quick one. I want to say that the Zoning Design and Development Committee met for the first time on Thursday. It was a historic moment for this commission. It was an actual in-person meeting. Unfortunately, my technological infirmities and the community center infirmities meant that I failed to get us a hybrid meeting, and we will need to address that in the commission business question about hybrid. So that's it.
Speaking of which, folks, I think the chat still may not be working for some folks. For whatever reason, there was only a handful of participants that got enabled to use the chat.
That's strange because no, I don't know.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I've done what I can do here. I've clicked both everyone for panelists can chat with.
We just got a chat message that says I reloaded Zoom and it fixed itself. Because in Zoom, there's no way to enable it for one person versus another. So it might be something with the reload.
So thank you, Matt, for the recommendation. If your chat is still not working, maybe reloading and then it will click in.
Okay, let's move on to Bruce.
Very, very quickly, I'm hosting, this is a repeat announcement. I'm hosting my first single member district town hall on Thursday from 6 to 8 p.m. at St. John's College High School. All members of the single member District 02 community are invited to come. I only ask that if you're attending, just please shoot me an email at 3g02@anc.dc.gov. You can find that email at the ANC website. It's also been on this card that I've been sending around. I've been dropping this at everybody's door for the last couple of days. So everyone will have all my contact information, but just send me a note so that we have the right size room for the crowd. But that'll be this Thursday again at St. John's College High School from 6 to 8 to hear what folks have on their minds about interest and concerns. We invite everybody to attend. Thanks.
Peter?
Hey, everybody. Starting a little tradition here of shouting out neighbors that are doing good stuff. And the latest one to come across my radar is the Feed the Family Pantry, which on Saturdays and Sundays is located just across the street from UDC, and they're doing really good work. You can drop off stuff there, and if need be, you can pick up stuff there. I'll put the link to their website in the chat, but please check them out. And if you have recommendations of things that we can broadcast and support, please let us know. Thank you.
So I have one too. Thank you for reminding me with your announcement. Some of you out there in the audience might know Zola Kennedy. Zola went to our neighborhood school. She lives right across the street, or they recently moved to Baltimore, but she lived right across the street from me on 31st Street, graduated from Wilson, which is now Jackson Reed, and went on to Yale. So she made us very proud. She made us even prouder by getting her first modeling contract. So for those of you that go to Sephora, you might see this picture. Let's see if I can get it. Oh no. You might see that picture. Yeah. That's Zola Kennedy, DC's own. So we're very proud.
Chevy Chase's own.
Chevy Chase's own. There it is, Zola. So shout out to her and her family. She also had a little sister that went to school in the Lafayette Dill Wilson feeder pattern as well. Any other commissioner announcements? Okay, can we hear from Council Member Fruman? And thank you for joining our commission meeting.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I believe my Chief of Staff, Lee Catherine Miles, should be on for the whole meeting. I actually have something that starts at 7:30, but I wanted to say a quick hello because there's a couple of things that are big on people's minds, and I wanted to try to contribute to addressing them. And one is the gunfire on 42nd Street, which comes after, and actually the gunfire on Connecticut Avenue earlier today. And before that, the gunfire near Jackson Reed. And we are having a whole lot more gunfire than we're used to. And we don't want to get used to it. I'm really glad to see that you're going to have a report on this from MPD. I'm meeting with MPD this week to try to think about what are the ways we can help them, what are the ways that we can change this so we're not in this kind of a situation. I know everybody's concerned, I'm concerned, and we'll be very focused on this in the coming days and throughout. The other thing that I know is on the agenda tonight, and you guys have, I saw that you have a draft resolution that's been posted, and I haven't really completely studied it, but I know that there's a lot of concern about what's going to happen in the Civic Corps. I have staked out a position many times during the course of the campaign of what I think should happen there. Jerry Mallets did a questionnaire for all of the candidates, and you can see the kinds of things that I said were important to me, which were transitions to neighborhood, green space, underground parking, including affordable housing. But in this process, this idea of surplusing has been injected. And it's a term that took everybody by surprise, and everybody is worried. Many people are worried. What does that mean if there were an approval of the idea of surplusing? And what I have said to DEMPED is that I would not want to vote on a surplusing resolution, at least until there were an opportunity for the community to have significant input into an RFP for the project. And frankly, ideally, I would not want to vote on a surplusing resolution until it came forward together with a disposition resolution where we could see exactly what was being proposed. And I get the sense in the community that, whoa, the cart is way before the horse. That we may be asked to opine on surplusing and not have any idea what's coming. And I'm sympathetic to that, and I have conveyed that to the people in DEMPED. And I think they hear me on that. They certainly have assured me I would not have to vote on a surplusing resolution, at least until after an RFP was issued, and hopefully not until there was disposition. And I will ultimately have to vote. The council will have to approve a surplus resolution and a disposition. And I want to make sure from here to that day that the community has been deeply engaged and has had an impact on what gets proposed for that site. And that what gets proposed for that site is consistent with the kinds of things that I and many others have insisted on from the start. So I think there's a fear that it's a runaway train, and I will not be a part of it being a runaway train, and I will work closely with the ANC to make sure that the community gets input at every step along the way. And I know that's the feeling of all of the members of the ANC that I've spoken with. So I wanted to put that on the table, and then I don't think I could take questions, but I don't think that's appropriate. I just wanted to let people know how I was seeing it and the way I'm talking about it inside of the Wilson building today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to having you back, Councilmember Furman.
All right, now I'm going to go to my meeting at 7:30, but thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, bye.
Okay.
Councilmember Freeman, I just left.
He said he wasn't going to take questions, Peter. Okay, so we will move on. There are a couple of hands that were raised by participants. Right now, I wanted to see if any community members have announcements. If you do, please raise your hand. So that would be folks from the council members' offices, DDOT staff, and any community members. If you have announcements before the community, please raise your hand and I will promote you.
Can you promote, or you want me to?
Can you?
Well, let's see.
Like 3 people have their
Promote 2 panelists.
Yeah.
This is Sandra, and here's Lee Catherine Miles.
and
Are there others? Is Matt the new?
Yep,
the
I got
new are they on? Have I actually done this correctly?
Do you know how to do it?
I went to more.
Yes.
I clicked. promote to panelists.
Yeah.
Why is that not enough?
Hello.
Hi, Matthew. You want to go?
Sure. Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm the new MOCRS, or the new Ward 3 liaison for the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services. My number is 202-340-7853. Last meeting, you guys wanted me to invite the Ward 4 MOCR as well. And Sophia Tacola should be on as well. She said she would be on. She texted me she was on in the waiting room, so she should be here. I would love for her to introduce herself as well. Little update. Thank you all for coming to the public safety meeting this Saturday in Deanwood. I thought it was great. I hope that you guys did as well. And if you guys wanted to have any more input, you can reach out to me at matthew.barclay@dc.gov. Also, leaf collection. DPW is still collecting holiday trees and greenery curbside at the tree boxes or the curb where there is not tree boxes from the front at only DPW serviced households. Residents may also drop their holiday trees and greenery at 2 convenient locations, March 3rd at Benning Road and or through March 3rd, and Guy Mason Recreation Center at Calvert Street, 3600 Calvert Street. So Calvert Street's likely the one you'll be using. And DPW is currently collecting leaves in the B section in each ward until the second pass. They'll continue the second pass of leaf collection until February 11th. So that's been extended. But if you have any other concerns or anything, just reach out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, also, I'm sorry. I'll be doing a sweep of so a sweep is basically we go out and we look around and see if there's any 311 requests that we need to be placed, or just anything in general that needs to be brought to the attention of the mayor's office. So I'll be doing a sweep Friday in 3G, 4G. And if any of you would like to join, I would be up for that. Please let me know. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. So,
Matthew,
Sophia,
what time are you doing your sweep?
Oh, that's a great question. I haven't planned that far ahead yet,
Okay.
but we could just get together and talk about it.
okay, Sophia is on. So Matthew drum rolled her. So why don't we meet her?
Yes, Sophia.
I'm here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I am very passionate about this community. So such an honor to serve. My email for everybody, it's Sophia, SOPHIA my last name Tacola, TEKOLA @dc.gov. And similar to what Matthew said, I am also doing a sweep on Friday. For me, it's going to be the majority of the workday from 9 to 5. I will be in the 3/4G area. So if there is a part of the community you want me to come out to, if you want to meet and do a one-on-one walk, please let me know. I would love to do that with you as well.
Can I ask a request of you guys?
Absolutely.
Can you, well, 2 requests. One, can you put your contact information in the chat? People are asking
Yes.
for email. Number 2, can you guys coordinate the sweep? Because please don't forget, we have 2 wards that we're covering. And the one thing I don't want happen is the sweeps conducted at the same time where we can't cross and talk to you guys about the broader issues in the ward because we're on one side versus the other. So if you guys can please do us a big favor and just keep that in mind and then coordinate. I would love to have the sweep of the entire ANC on the same day. Maybe one section could go in the morning and one section in the afternoon. I definitely need to be able to cover both.
Absolutely.
That would be very helpful for us.
Yes, for sure. And we can definitely get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Commissioner Gore, can I just get a little shout out to Matthew and Sophia? They've confirmed that they'll be attending the town hall that I'm doing on Thursday. So thank you guys for coming by and doing that on Thursday. And there'll be lots of citizen comments then that may help inform the sweep and other things that the community would like to let you know about. So thank you in advance for that.
Of course.
You're welcome.
Thank you for inviting us, especially anything that's going to involve youth. I used to be a teacher. I will always be down and ready for.
That's awesome.
Now, Lee Catherine.
Lee?
Thank you all. As the council member said, I'm Lee Catherine Miles. I am his chief of staff. Happy to be here tonight. I'll just be brief because I know people have other issues they'd like to discuss tonight. But the council member held his first annual Ward 3 budget listening session on Saturday, during which more than 30 residents shared their priorities for a more inclusive Ward 3 and for the city's fiscal year 2024 budget. If you were unable to attend, we would still love to hear from you. And I will drop into the chat a link where you can submit your comments through the council member's website. You can also call our office, and I will put that number in the chat as well. And our constituent services team is ready and able to assist residents with any government service delivery, government programs, neighborhood-related issues, et cetera, impacting the quality of life here in Ward 3. I'll put a link to our constituent services form as well as the contact information for our constituent services director, Amy Finnenberg, in the chat as well. And I'll be on for the entire meeting following these important issues for the council member's office. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee. Okay, so we're going to move into our presentation by MPD. We're promoting
Lieutenant Oliveira, Marilyn Oliveira, and I think I just did it.
Captain Burgess.
Yes, there he is, Lieutenant. You're on mute and you're now off camera. So.
And he's sideways.
Sideways.
There you go, Lieutenant.
Other than that, you're great.
There you go.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Good. How are you, Lieutenant?
Pretty good.
Peter, you want to take a lead on this?
No, I mean, the subject is obvious. I mean, we had
I thought you just to introduce it with the.
Yeah. So the lieutenant has been is MPD liaison to this PSA, has been very helpful in the past with many issues. We've asked him to come. We asked him to come after the 42nd Street shootout last was that Thursday. And now we've had at least one other incident, although looking at the news, I think that's further down on, this is minor, you know, we don't want shootouts, but I mean, when there was a shooting, I think down by the zoo. In any case, Lieutenant, we're looking for any update. You can give us cars found, anything more about the event that we know, the event that we know about. Thank you.
Well, 42nd Street, like you said, it happened last Thursday, and it was just reported as two vehicles, I guess, shooting at, exchanging gunfire at each other. So the detective's office right now is working it. It's a pending investigation. They have multiple videos. They don't have any leads right now. There's not much to report. I see on Google Chat, everybody's saying it's a shooting. DC law just classified this as an unlawful discharge. No, I don't believe anyone was shot in this incident.
Do you have any identification information about the cars other from the video?
The only thing we have is a gray car, I believe, and a dark color, another dark colored car. Nothing else. No identifiers.
How many videos did you get? I mean, there was one that was widely circulated on the local social media, showed quite a few shots.
Right, at this time, we have multiple videos coming in. Still, people are still presenting videos to us, so it's hard to keep a count on it. But it's multiple videos, definitely.
Okay. I don't know if any of the other commissioners have a question. I just say, Lieutenant, this is a sort of casual violence that is particularly frightening to people. And I hope that you will let us know when there's something substantive here, because I mean, we're glad it's under investigation, but it would be good if we knew more, like the cars identified, licenses, something that we have some sense that there's progress being made on this. So I hope you'll let us know as soon as you have anything.
Definitely, any progress been made in the investigation, ANC will be con.
Other commissioners, questions? I'm sorry, I'm not seeing.
Bruce. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Just a note of thanks to Lieutenant Olivieri for his great work and his team's great work, Second District's work here. Earlier, when we had a ration of car break-ins, drive-by break-ins, and they very quickly responded by leafleting in the neighborhood, by increasing the patrols. So I just want to say that I appreciate that very much, and the neighbors appreciate it.
Thank you.
Others? And I guess we should ask whether there are any, oh, is there another? Peter Lynch?
Yeah, Lieutenant Oliveira, thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate it. Citywide in our area, what do you see as a solution to this? Residents that are listening right now and want to do something or advocate for some way to mitigate these occurrences, what would you suggest?
As far as the residents or the police department, right now we have increased patrol in that area. We have 2 additional units on a daily basis patrolling that area. If citizens could keep sending in the videos for us, hopefully we will be able to get some kind of lead on it. Just be aware of your surroundings. And as far as the breaking and theft from autos, if everyone could just take everything out of their vehicles so there's nothing, out of sight, out of mind.
I think that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's also the case that if there are incidents of car break-ins or any other type of crime, that our neighbors report the crimes to the police. On some of the car break-ins, they weren't reported, and therefore it's difficult for the police to gather evidence. Fortunately, in a couple of instances, we did actually have video evidence and other evidence that was very helpful. So just to encourage everyone to report the any incident of crime to the police.
I'm shooting.
Lisa, do you want to see? I mean, I don't see any questions from the audience, but again, we're trying to help people that we're on top of this, and the police are on top of this.
There's a question in the Q&A, Lieutenant, that says, "How are they investigating with no leads?"
That's a
What's the PD doing to patrol the neighborhoods to prevent incidents like these?
Well, investigating with no leads.
Deep breath on that one.
well, I can say certain things I can't say about the investigation. Let's put it that way. But they are reviewing all the videos, sending them to forensics so they could try to get something off of them, maybe a license plate of the face or something. So this stuff that the department's doing.
And then you answered the question in terms of the additional vehicles. There is also a question that says, what kind of casings were found on 42nd Street? So basically the millimeter, was it a 45, 9mm?
Believe it was a 9mm casings.
Okay.
how many?
Was multiple. Multiple.
Okay. Well, we are where we are on that one. Are you we set to move on? Okay, thank you very much, Lieutenant. And please do let us know as soon as there's some progress on this, okay?
Yeah, we're believing it was 9 shell casings that were found.
Okay.
Okay, not sure at this point. Things change every day. Things that with the investigation.
Okay.
Lieutenant, you have there's 3 other questions in the chat. If you have time to answer those, They're fairly short. One of them said, "What happened with the gray car that was found not far from the scene?"
Is that connected? That was not connected to this investigation.
Got it. And then second question, can you please let us know the circumstances of the recent December shooting near Jackson Reed and the status of that investigation?
It's still an open pending case. The detective's office is they're working on it still. That's what I'm being told.
Okay. Final question is kind of a follow-up to a previous question. Can you reiterate any more on what MPD is doing to prevent incidents like these occurring?
Well, we're increasing patrols in the neighborhoods. Like I said, we have a crime suppression team. When they're not working on any special assignment, they're out in the neighborhoods on marked cars. So they're in the neighborhoods. You may not see them, but they're there.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll answer this last question by LC. Thank you, Lieutenant. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. So LC had in the chat, I think they had posted this in the QA, that Peter Gosselin, can you change Lieutenant's role to attendee? But he was saying, reiterating the same question from the chat post meeting, may we get a listing of recent gunfire incidents mentioned by Mr. Fruman? Date, time, location, and brief description of the incident. If a suspect had been apprehended, that would be available too. So the ANC doesn't have that information. Bruce, if you don't mind, I know you're, oh gosh. Okay. But let us try to get something from MPD. Hopefully everyone is receiving crime stats from the MPD CAC representative. I know ours is, can't think of his last name. First name is Peter. He sends around precinct 201 crime stats. Peter Gosselin, do you know who your person is? Do you get crime stats for your area? You're on mute. You're on mute.
I do get those, the cards, but I don't know who sends them. I can get that and publicize it after the meeting, but.
Yeah, maybe that's something, folks, if you can, watch the website. We'll also announce it on a listserv. Maybe that's something we can try to put together, like a resource section of who sends those out. And then you guys can send them an email to get on that list to make sure that you're receiving the crime statistics for your area. I think that's important. So LC, please let us work on that for you. It probably will not be immediate, but we will try to get something together for you on that. The other thing I just want to briefly mention, there is a brief conversation about the mayor's meeting this past Saturday with the ANCs. Both myself and Bruce Sherman attended for 34G. It was an excellent meeting. There were ANCs all across the city discussing with the mayor and her public safety team. So Chief Conti was there, the new deputy mayor for public safety was there, Deputy Mayor Falchicchio was there, the director of Department of Public Works was there. So she had all of her public safety staff in full force. They did a presentation. I will put that online. She sent us the link for the entire presentations to share with the community. I definitely encourage you guys to go in and look at it and see how crime is trending in a district. Certain crimes are trending down, certain things are trending up, but I think, you know, the overall consensus is a lot of people are not feeling safe because of the gun violence. One thing that was really interesting that Chief Conti talked about, and which is very true, is the type of guns that we have on the street now. A lot of semi-automatic and automatic weapons. So, you know, the type of rapid gunfire that we're hearing now is very different in some communities versus somebody that's using a pistol. So that is also heightening the fear. She also talked about the victims, including people that hear. So like our neighbors on 42nd Street that were in their homes and then heard the gunfire. So just trying to wrap everybody's head with the question that was asked, what is the city doing about this? And what were some of the suggestions of, ANC commissioners that are dealing with these things across the city? So I will also put in on the ANC website resources that they gave to each commissioner per ward. So I will put them in for Ward 3 and I will put them in for Ward 4. They're almost the same. They're very pretty much similar, but those can be some resources that the community could use. And just bear with us on this issue. I'm glad we attended because we've had several recent gunfire incidents in our community, so we're not immune to that. So look for that information on our website. And with that, Peter, I will turn it over to you for the Mamma Lucia presentation.
Okay. Yes. So Pete Guskis, who is the principal owner of Mamma Lucia's and the Parthenon, and has been a pillar of this community for decades and decades, has been told that to continue running Mamma Lucia's, he needs to get a fast food use exemption, similar to what Pumpernickel's which was the predecessor food outlet, had. And the city is because the zoning district that the Mamma Lucia's is in doesn't allow it as a right. And to get this, he is being asked to do something that neighbors and I and Pete and his lawyer wonder about, which is to put a gate across the back alley where the dumpsters that are used by the entire 5500 block, in which there are many food establishments, use. The problem with the gate is it doesn't solve the problems that the neighbors have periodically had, which is that the dumpsters aren't fully closed and the compactor, the trash and garbage compactor, breaks down because it's not properly used, and therefore you end up with garbage on the ground and a bloom of vermin. I've drafted a resolution that supports Mamma Lucia's application to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for this application, contingent on a series of things that neighbors have asked about. The first is that the gate include a substantial view holes, because their vigilance has been the reason why these problems get spotted and solved quickly. So they can continue to see in there and be sure that these dumpsters and the compactor are being used correctly. And also make sure that the gate opens inward, so and such that it does not further discourage trash trucks from getting in there and picking up regularly. There are already enough discouragements in this alley because there's loads of cars that rush into Starbucks and block the alley just at the crucial moment when trash trucks come. In any case, I move that we approve this. We put this motion on the table, this resolution on the table, and I'm happy to hear discussion. And let's see, I can elevate Pete if you have questions for him. Here, let me hold on. He's on here. So let's see if this works. You joining as a panelist. So Pete, you're on mute right now and you're off camera. If you could turn on your mic and turn on the camera, we can see you. Pete, are you there? Come on. Turn off. Pete, your mic is off. Can I unmute him? Let's try that.
Can
you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you
hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear somebody. Yep. Is that you, Pete?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Did you just hear my explanation of what's going on?
Yes.
Did that pretty much capture it?
Exactly. Yes, no problem.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Pete?
Yeah. You have a question in the Q&A. I don't know if that's relating to this topic. Yeah.
Do the other restaurants? This is a question from Jerry Mallets. Do other restaurants in places like Jetty's, Subway, Bread and Chocolate have lock gates that are being required of Mamma Lucia? I do not think any of them have locked. I don't think any of them have gates. And in this case, one of the requests of neighbors is that we are sure that it is not locked during trash pickup times, because as I say, there are already loads of reasons that trash truck drivers are discouraged from doing the pickup. So I hope these gates are not locked, but no, Jerry, I do not think there are any other, certainly not Macon, certainly not Bread and Chocolate.
And Peter, we have a 6 days pickup.
You have a 6-day pickup. Yes, I understand.
6 days pickup.
Yeah. No, I don't think anybody else is. And as I say, talking to Pete, talking to neighbors, and talking to Mamma Lucia's lawyer, we're not quite sure what the city is after here, because the problem that has occurred because of these dumpsters for the whole 5500 block of Connecticut has to do with the individual dumpsters not being fully shut, or the compactor, and a gate's not going to do anything for that. But the Department of Buildings has been adamant that this gate be installed. And I think we ought to help Pete and help Mamma Lucia stay in business by supporting his application and his willingness to get this questionable gate installed. Can I move the question on this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so can show of hands in favor of the motion to support?
We need a second. We need a second.
Yeah, okay. Michael, can I count that as a second? Good. So can we have a vote? All in favor of supporting this this motion? Okay. And so that's unanimous, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Pete, you're great. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Peter, we have someone that raised their hand in the participant section. And Pete, could you stay on just to make sure? This is Abby.
Sure.
This is Abby?
Yeah, they didn't have.
Yes.
You want me to promote her?
Yeah.
Okay. I've just promoted her. Her hand was up during the police report.
Okay.
So I'm not sure this is relevant to that, but Abby, can you hear us? She declined to be promoted as a panelist.
Perfect. That's fine. Okay.
Okay, Pete, we're going to let you go.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so the next topic up for discussion is a presentation by Friends of the Field on the tree removal on the ECC campus. Dave Patton, I believe, is going to be the major person giving the presentation. John Lawrence and Joe Fortier. Hopefully I pronounced that right. If you guys can raise your hands, it will make it very easy for us to promote you. Thank you. I got Dave.
You're getting him?
Yeah.
And you said John Lawrence too?
Yes.
Okay, we should.
I think we got everybody.
Yeah. You're all on mute right now.
Hi, David. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Is there anyone in the audience that we should promote, or is it just you three?
I think it's us three.
Okay. So I kind of gave the audience a little bit of a primer of what you wanted to present to the ANC tonight. And you guys have 15 minutes. We're actually not running too behind schedule, but go on and take your 15 minutes to do your presentation.
All right, thanks very much. One preliminary question. I have one graphic that I would like to show. Does anyone know how I do that?
I will make you co-host,
Okay,
and then you can now hopefully present.
okay. There, I see a share screen. That's great. We've all been doing Zoom for 3 years, so some of this looks familiar now. Well, Commissioner Gore and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is David Patton. I've lived on 28th Street, just east of the ECC for more than 13 years. I've been with Friends of the Field since the beginning, and this is our first report to you in more than a year. We're here to present the results of a signature drive, petitioning Maret School to refrain from beginning construction activities at ECC in 2 weeks. We've gathered well over 1,000 signatures in support of this request, some online, which I think you've seen on a website, and the majority from walking the community with clipboards door to door. Some history will help explain why so many people are so motivated to make their views known and why interest remains so extraordinarily high. I will touch on BZA procedures, a pair of legal interpretations that require resolution, and a bit about why we speak for the trees. And then Joe Forcier will come after me to make a few remarks, and John Lawrence following Joe. I'll wrap up after they speak.
Okay.
So BZA process. Friends of the Field was a party to Maret's Board of Zoning Adjustment case number 20643, an application for special exception zoning relief. Parties to BZA proceedings appear either in support or in opposition. It's a binary setting with no middle ground. Friends was a party in opposition. The March 9th, 2022 hearing on this case was the longest BZA had ever had. It ran for more than 8 hours and generated a 364-page transcript. There are more than 322 entries in the case log. Suffice to say, our case was not trivial. It was presented and received seriously. The Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia also opposed Maret's application. The BZA's decision meeting, held April 6th, went in Maret's favor and produced its own 57-page transcript. My review here is principally for the benefit of those who are not already familiar with that voluminous record. We must emphasize that the BZA process is not yet complete. BZA legal staff will issue a, quote, full order. In this case, presenting findings of fact and findings of law. A full order is required because the application was opposed. A simpler summary order will not be issued. The written order will impose conditions of approval, and no one knows yet what those conditions will be. But we have an idea of conditions that will not be included because they lie outside the zoning regulations and cannot be enforced by zoning authorities. Most of ANC's 21-page Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, with Maret falls into this category. At the April decision meeting, after 3 weeks to consider the MOU, the BZA opined that only a few sections might be adopted into its eventual order. They're represented graphically here. And now where I need to try to share my screen. I think it's here. Share. And then I'm going to enlarge this view so people can see it by doing, I don't know how to make it full screen. Well, I'm going to leave it full, partial screen. Can you all see that?
If you can, David, if you could go take your cursor straight up to top middle.
Yes.
Go over a little bit to the right.
Yes.
A little bit over to the right where it says 69.1%. That drop down menu.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can change that to maybe 100%, 75, or yeah, you could.
But this will do for my purposes. It's just a glimpse.
Okay, it's very hard for us to see it, so I'm just,
I'll try once more. I'll try doing, when I tried this before, it went to full screen, but now it's not. The point here is just a sketch to look at the yellow highlighted portions relative to the rest of the document. Is that legible? Not to read the words. Don't read the words.
Okay.
See the shapes. That's it. Only the highlighted portions, according to member board member, Mr. Smith, might be included in the board's order. It's a fraction, less than 10% of the original document. No one knows yet what conditions will be included in the order and can be enforced by the city. And the devil's in the details. Because of uncertainty about the validity of the MOU and the task force it set up, Commissioner Gore last week inquired of the Attorney General and the head of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions about the MOU's adequacy and appropriateness. Unless you've heard something today, the ANC awaits an answer. So the legal questions. There's an unresolved legal knot at the core of the tension between Maret's plan and our opposition to the development as it was proposed. Friends will file with the Court of Appeals to review an unfavorable zoning ruling and will ask for a stay of construction. The zoning board, inappropriately in our view, brushed aside our opposition, even though the Office of Attorney General supported our positions. Our appeal will seek a ruling on two legal questions. The first centers on the appropriate type of zoning relief that should be required for this project in this R1B residential zoning district. The second concerns a distinction between principal and accessory uses of the ECC property. On the latter point, Maret believes that playing fields more than 3 miles away from their home campus should be regarded as a, quote, principal educational use of their private school in Cleveland Park. We disagreed, and so did the Office of the AG, basing its opposition on DC zoning regulations. On the question of what type of zoning relief is appropriate, Maret claims their project would be an acceptable, quote, education, private special use that may be permitted in R1B zoning. Friends believes that the scope, scale, and planned third-party use of the facility would present such a departure from activities appropriate in R1B that the applicant should face the higher hurdle of seeking a use variance. The OAG agreed with Friends of the Field on this point also, and cautioned that should the BZA approve Maret's proposal, it would constitute, quote, an end run around the plain text of the zoning regulations. Friends cannot file with the Court of Appeals to resolve these questions until the BZA issues its order, and BZA has not issued an order after nearly 10 months. So we wait. The trees. Friends does not challenge the validity of Maret's tree permits. Maret has an approved plan to move 4 large heritage trees and remove dozens of trees that are in the way, many of which suffer from decades of neglect. However, Friends of the Field does believe that DDOT's urban forestry permit should have been made contingent on approval of construction. In contrast, DDOT's permission for a new commercial driveway on ECC's Nebraska Avenue frontage to access a future parking lot was made contingent on Maret obtaining approval for the overall project and obtaining the required permits. Urban forestry was not required to link the tree permit to the clearly related construction project. This process appears deficient and out of alignment with the district's 2016 Tree Canopy Protection Amendment Act. Maret's permit fee of more than $131,000 was likely one of the largest tree levies ever. That alone should have signaled to urban forestry that the scope of the proposed work should have received additional scrutiny as a construction project. Maret School is about to begin heavy construction under the authority of a heritage tree relocation plan. Excavation work will irreversibly alter the landscape. It will create huge ramps gouged into the hillside to enable rolling the ancient trees into new locations. It will leave bare soil exposed to the elements for an indefinite time until new artificial drainage systems can be put in place. We request that Maret postpone construction activities at ECC. There is a real possibility that our filing for appeal could result in a stop work order after they begin construction. There's a possibility we will prevail at the Court of Appeals and Maret will be sent back to the drawing board. There is time to get this right. Maret School has privileged access to Jelliff Recreation Center fields until 2029. We urge you to support our request that Maret wait. So now, if you wouldn't mind escalating, promoting Joe to make some comments about the trees. And then after Joe, directly to John Lawrence, who wants to
All three of you are up already.
Oh, all right. Well, then I will off my mic and Joe can step up if that's all right.
Thank you, David. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Joe Forcier. I am a member of Friends of the Field, a 19-year resident of the 5800 block of Nebraska Avenue, directly across the street from the ECC field. I just wanted to take a moment to comment on the removal of the 66 trees that Maret School plans to undertake in early February, and comment on the actual environmental impact of that removal. What we have there in existence at this point is an active ecosystem with a deeply embedded and interconnected root system with numerous old growth trees, especially along the eastern border that parallels 28th Street. That root system could be considered a phalanx against water runoff and increase in the water table. The reason I state that is that, and just doing some simple research from Purdue University's School of Natural Resources, your average tree absorbs between 10 gallons and 150 gallons of water a day. If you remove 66 trees, and naturally some of these trees are in varying states of health, but if we just take the lowest number of 10 gallons a day for those 66, it's 660 gallons a day that is absorbed by that root system that does not end up in people's basements on 28th Street, or as you go down the sloping hill on Rittenhouse and Nebraska towards Rock Creek Park. Extrapolating those numbers out, you get some very large numbers, between 240,000 gallons a year of water absorbed by those 66 trees. That's about 12 swimming pools. If you took it up to 150 gallons, which some of the heritage trees probably do, you can get up into the millions of gallons absorbed by that ecosystem of interconnected roots on that field. Combine that with the natural turf, which is over 4 acres of natural turf. An acre of grass absorbs 1 inch of rainwater within a week. That's 27,000 gallons. My concern here, and I hope it's something that can be reflected upon by the commissioners, is that if Maret chops those trees down in what we believe in a precipitous manner, before the BZA has even given them the approval to engage in whatever kind of construction will happen, the neighborhood is going to be left unprotected. There is no way to mitigate that water. You can stack hay bales and put up fibrous construction barriers. It will not stop the subterranean flow of water that will increase the water table and be felt by the neighboring community. So I will just ask that the commission consider the motion to have Maret hold off on chopping down these 66 trees until such time as everyone has had more time to reflect on what it is exactly, what kind of sports fields are best suited for the area at hand. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to David. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask a question? Joe, you
Sure.
just mentioned a motion. Do we have a motion on this? Do we have any text on this? No. Okay.
No.
I'm sorry, I misspoke then, but for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
I think the mic can go right to John Lawrence now. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is John Lawrence. I live on Nebraska Avenue, 2 to 3 blocks downhill of the ECC site between Rittenhouse Street and Oregon Avenue. I have been a resident of the neighborhood for over 30 years. My home is close to the Knollwood Senior Living Campus located at Nebraska and Oregon Avenues, and I've lived through 2 expansions of that facility. Those two construction projects directly affected the neighboring homes, which were physically shaken by heavy construction equipment and inconvenienced by traffic disruptions. The homes surrounding the ECC site will also be impacted by the changes to natural light, wind exposure, and noise due to the removal of mature trees. Drainage measures put in place when Nebraska Avenue was reconstructed during the early 2000s may not be adequate to handle all of the excess stormwater runoff that might flow downhill from the ECC site. Inevitably, there will be both short-term and long-term adverse effects on the homes bordering the ECC site caused by the removal of so many trees and the new construction proposed by Maret. When the expansions were undertaken by Knollwood, the most recently, it was in 2004 or 5, the ANC at that time facilitated discussions between Knollwood and the surrounding neighbors that minimized the impact of tree removal and new construction. I urge the ANC to seriously consider delaying the removal of so many trees as recommended by the Friends of the Field until the overall final construction project is approved.
Back to me. Thank you very much, John and Joe. Commissioners, to close, we urge Maret to put down their tools until the BZA order is issued and until an appeal is resolved. We ask this ANC to support more than 1,000 of your neighbors, friends, and constituents who make this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David, one of the questions that came in very early on a Q&A is, can you give the audience a little understanding of who Friends of the Field is and when they came into existence?
All right. Friends of the Field is a group of concerned residents, neighbors who emerged in response to the Maret proposal in September of 2021. That proposal caught many of us completely by surprise, and we had to educate ourselves very quickly about the nature of the proposal, about the procedures that were before us, BZA, all these things that we had to learn on the fly, under pressure, on someone else's timeline. And we took our concerns to the BZA, which is considered a quasi-judicial body. It's part of the DC Office of Zoning. We had ourselves certified as a party to that undertaking. It's not an automatic thing. We had to show that we had 250, we don't consider ourselves members. We're not an organization. We're not a corporation. We have 250 supporters at the time, and we're up to nearly 300 now. We hired legal counsel, an experienced attorney who is from the zoning world to represent us. And we made it through the BZA hearing, a marathon event last March. Between March and the following April, when the BZA holds what's called a decision meeting, this ANC provided them with an MOU, which was has the trappings of a contract between the ANC and Maret to assure certain conditions are met during the construction period of this big project. And the decision meeting was held. It went in Maret's favor, and we've been waiting for an order to come out of that process ever since.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioners have any questions for David or the other panels? Michael Zeldin?
Thank you. So David, one or two questions. The first question of which is, when the ANC and the Friends of the Field and Maret walked around the field and looked at the trees and had the benefit of the input of the Urban Forestry Division, it was determined that I guess the number is, and someone can correct me who was on the walk around, a majority of the trees were either dead or dying. Second was the heritage trees are not being, majority of them are not being cut down, but rather they're being transplanted. So you've got two categories of trees at the outset, which are those to be transplanted, and the ones that are dead or dying, not salvageable, being removed, which leaves a very small number of trees that are healthy, which would lose their life, if you will, if the development plans go forward. So as you look at the three categories of trees, are you asking in this application of yours that nothing go forward? Or are you just saying the few trees that could survive, that might not be able to survive, that will not be able to survive during if the construction goes forward, be the ones that we ask not be removed until such time as the BZA or the Court of Appeals, if you lose at the BZA level, makes a final decision?
Commissioner Zeldin, I'm not a tree expert. I was not on that walkabout of the field with the forester and the ANC. I am very familiar with the field. I live very nearby. Our point is not specifically about saving this tree or that tree. Our point is about, should Maret begin their chainsaw work in 2 weeks, and 2 weeks later begin their heavy construction to move the heritage trees? They plan to transplant 4 heritage trees at the cost of about $500,000 each. That work will scar the field. It will be irreversible. Should they be delayed in later stages of their construction, or should they be overturned at the Court of Appeals? Should the BZA order? BZA has not issued its order yet. So we think it's premature to be doing heavy construction work on the field. They have the right to do that. But it's that old thing, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. So that's why we have scoured this community and raised significant sentiment from people who know that Maret School has a valid tree permit, and still they should wait. They should wait until such time as their overall project is approved. That's our request. And we're asking you to weigh in on that.
Yeah, and what I'm asking you is to stratify your point, because if there are dead trees, they don't absorb water, they present a danger, and they should be removed. Bruce Sherman, in email exchanges leading up to this, asked the question, would you take down a tree in your backyard prematurely pending construction, which is a fair question. If the answer was, if the tree is dead, would you take it down pending construction? The answer would be yes, I would take it down because it presents a danger. And that happened. Actually, 3 trees were removed from the house right next door to us for that very reason. And we did that once. If it's a healthy tree, then you might think differently about it. But if it was being transplanted on your property, yes, the landscape would look different, but the tree would survive, and a new landscape would be developed, not necessarily worse than, and maybe actually an improvement with respect to the way water drains. So what I'm asking you to do is to articulate your thinking on the categories of trees that I'm laying out for you, because to my mind, just saying all trees, dead or alive, dying or salvageable, that Maret should not exercise the right that it's entitled to exercise, seems a bit overbroad.
Can I just make a comment on that, Mr. Zeldin? This is Joe Forcier. I think you're overusing the term dead trees. Even by Maret's own description in their letter that they sent out to the neighborhood, of the 66 trees, they list 59 trees in fair condition or worse. Those trees all have viable root systems. And if you walk along the eastern edge, as
Can I just ask, Joe,
did,
can I just
Yeah.
stop you 1 second? When
Sure.
we walked the field, and we had the report of urban forestry, those 59 trees were largely deemed not salvageable and were going to die. Someone from the ANC was on that walk, or Friends of the Field can correct me, but my recollection is that the majority of those trees were not salvageable. And
are they going to die by early February? Because once they're gone and that root system is gone, there is nothing that can be done to mitigate the water at that point. Even with as faulty as it might be with these trees in fair or poor condition, they're still absorbing water. Once that's gone, that's irreparable. And there's no BZA approval to do any construction which would allow Maret to construct a drainage system. That cannot happen. So the neighbors then are in a state of limbo and will be under threat by a rising water table and potential wet basements, because we're arguing, saying that all the trees are dead because they're ugly and some of them are dead, but it's not the numbers that you're reflecting.
And
I take umbrage with that.
Michael, let me,
Excuse me 1 second. There's nothing to take umbrage at. I'm just reflecting what we were told, and I'm just asking a question. I haven't decided how I'm voting on this thing. So
and
it's not
Maret can
umbrage
clear that
taking.
up. Maret
not
is
a-
on the line. We
Yeah, I
can
know.
actually, as opposed to debate this, Maret is on the line. They're next to present, and they can clear some of those issues up. So as opposed to getting into back and forth with each other, I think that's the issue for Maret to clarify.
No, I appreciate that, Lisa, and I'm not trying to get in an argument, but when
No, I
someone
agree.
take umbrage at it, all I'm reflecting is what we were told. It's not something about
what
which
we
you
were
should
told.
take umbrage of.
Well,
Okay.
you're stating that most of the trees are dead, and that's simply not true. So let's be clear about this.
Okay, we will have Maret chime in on that. Peter Gosselin.
No, I just wanted to ask a question to David. Are you asking for a delay until there's a written BZA order, or a delay until there's a written BZA order and you appeal it and the court has ruled on your appeal? And if it's the former, given that you and your lawyer have done a lot of research on this, do we have examples of BZA changing its oral order, which it has provided, its oral decision, in subsequent written decisions?
Mr. Goslin, I'm not an attorney. I'm not an expert in BZA procedures except for this one. And as we said in the presentation, the devil's in the details. It depends on what conditions are placed into the final order. We do not know what those are.
Okay, I just say that I am not an attorney either. But one detail that might be telling here is if the BZA has never moved off where it was in its oral order in subsequent written orders, then don't we know where the BZA is going to come down? And I guess I want to understand whether, if it comes down where it did come down orally, does that mean this ask is therefore moved?
Again, I don't know the history. I'm sure there are attorneys on this call who might want to weigh in on that or point us in the right direction. The BZA orders have been overturned at appeal. I do know that.
So is the request that we wait not just until we have a written BZA order, but till we have a written BZA order and the Friends of the Field Lodge suit, and the court rules on that suit, and perhaps an appeal of that ruling, which is the request?
Our request is that Maret put down their tools, wait until a BZA order is received and an appeal is resolved. There is more than one way to resolve an appeal. It could be done in the courts. It could be done on the courthouse steps. We've never had a negotiation with Maret School.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, so thanks, Friends of the Field, for the presentation, and thanks, commissioners, for your questions. They're all good and they're all appropriate. I would just want us to focus on what I think is the key issue. And Commissioner Gore, I'm interested to hear Maret, and I think we can have conversation after they present that takes everything up together. That might be actually more efficient. So let me just pose what I think is the key question, which is, does it make sense, setting aside the fact that Maret already has the permits to do the tree work, does it make sense for them to proceed with the tree work before BZA has issued its order? And I would add this component: Maret has acquired the construction permits, because there's another step in the process. They can't apply for the construction permits until BZA has issued its order. Those facts are there. So I would ask us to focus on that question and not try to parse which tree here or which tree there. I think the question really is about the appropriateness of this given the circumstances. But I'm very interested to hear Maret's presentation.
Okay.
Just a quick point of information.
Yeah.
Do we have an expected date when the BZA should issue its ruling?
No.
Has the BZA indicated any time frame?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So
And
thank you.
Commissioner, can I just add one other thing, which is to Commissioner Gosselin's question about would we expect there would be anything that would differ from the decision BZA made in April of last year and what they voiced in terms of their approval. Again, it gets to the issue of what conditions BZA might establish for this. Not that they would themselves reverse the decision they've made, but what conditions would they attach to it? That's what we do not know. And that's what's important to know before moving forward, because it could obviously affect the development, given that its order and its conditions govern how the project is developed.
Okay, with that, I have promoted Trey Holloway and Marjo Talbot of Maret to start their presentation. So I think, well, what my intention was, was that we would hear from both and then take questions. And we have both groups on the camera. So commissioners, I think you will get, additional information by listening to this presentation as well. So with that, Trey and Marjo, would you guys go ahead?
Sure. Can you promote Sherry Rutherford, please? Because she's going to run the slides for us. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Hey, Bruce, your hand is still raised. You might want to take it down so that we know
Sure.
when you want to come back and speak again.
Thank you.
And Lisa, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I also think we should promote Akash Thakur, who's on our board, who maybe can answer some direct questions. He won't do the presentation, but if we go into more conversation.
I just clicked on him.
I got him.
Great, thank you. So I think, again, hi, I'm Marjo Talbot. I actually feel that we have spoken with many members of the Friends of the Field over the last number of years. And we're happy to continue those conversations. I also just want to say that I don't think tonight was a time to relitigate so much of the process. The BZA did take 8 hours to listen because there were many presentations by Friends of the Fields and others, and they wanted to listen and take into careful consideration. I think that the BZA order and the vote that was taken in April was clear, unanimous, along with what the ANC said. What I think we want to do tonight, and Trey would take this away, is to really tell you what we're planning to do, which and what our process has been. So Trey, let me throw it to you.
Sure. And Sherry, while you're kind of bringing up those slides, I'll just note on a couple of things, and I do appreciate some of the discussion that's been in the chat, and some folks have noted it, but the ECC is a private tract of land, and we're two private entities who have made an arrangement for Maret to lease that land from the ECC. So I'm sure there are affordable housing issues in the ANC. This is a private piece of land. I will also say that in terms of process, Maret did not create a new process that we went through for all of our approvals. We went through the processes that are in the laws of the city. The city does not require that construction and tree permits be tied together. We weren't the ones that tore those apart, like that's how the process works in the city. I would say we also actually don't believe that Friends of the Field would have a good chance to prevail in any appeal of the written BZA order. History does not tell us that courts frequently overturn written BZA rulings. And as Mr. Patton said, there was an extensive hearing on the matter, and those written rulings hew predictably close to the verbal rulings and the approvals given by the BZA. So the idea that they would be different is not really accurate. I know there was also discussion about stormwater management and capture. I do want to give people some assurances, and we'll get into this some more tomorrow night in our meeting that we want to invite folks to. But when you go and you take down trees or when you transplant trees, you have to apply for a soil disturbance permit with the Department of Energy and Environment. So they look at your plan, how much soil you're disturbing. They tell you mitigations that you have to put in place. They do that in advance. You have a pre-construction meeting with them where they may add more mitigations. And then when you're finished, they come back out and they check and they make sure that you've put the site back together so that you don't have those issues in the neighborhood. So of course, we have obtained our disturbance permit and we're going to work with DOE as we are supposed to do. So it's not that that's not an issue, but I would say it's an issue that we are actively addressing when it comes to site disturbance and any potential runoff. I'll just finish up by saying, I would also just like to offer evidence of Maret's desire and effort to work in good faith on all this, that we're abiding by the rules of the MOU that Maret and the ANC have agreed to. Though that hasn't been ratified in a written BZA order, we're already following those. And I just want to offer that to the community as evidence of our desire to work in good faith. So I just wanted to respond to a couple of those things that came up in the previous presentation. Sherry, if you could jump us to slide 2. So this is a refresher for some, but it may be new for some folks. We've engaged in an extensive community engagement process. So going back over 2 years ago, Maret and ECC issued a joint statement about our potential partnership. About 2 years ago, we started engaging with the ANC, and the formal partnership was announced to the neighborhood. We've been making presentations formally to the ANC as well to neighbors for almost a year and a half now, since September of 2021. Those took the format, again, being here at ANC meetings. We went to people's houses. We were in their backyards. I have stood on neighbors' porches. I have been in their backyard garage offices, front yards, living rooms. We've done a lot of different meetings, whether that was a group of neighbors, one-on-one. We've done a lot of community meetings online via Zoom. We've really been out in the community leading up to last spring's BZA hearing. So we had the BZA hearing last March, and then in April was the decision hearing. That was a unanimous vote of approval by the BZA, which we've talked about. And then this fall, we've continued our engagement with the community. So there have been mailers that people have received. Those were mentioned that we sent out in September that notified everybody that we're intending to start the tree work. We have also been at several ANC meetings in the fall of 2022, and we've continued to have one-on-one meetings with neighbors, and our email inbox has been open, and we receive questions in there and we respond to those questions. So we have made ourselves available to the community, both proactively and reactively. Next slide, please, Sherry. So it's come up a little bit, but I want to talk about the tree removal and the tree transplant work. The initial tree assessment was performed in the fall of 2020. When we first saw the site for ECC, we knew that the trees were something that we would have to take a look at. We know the laws in the district about what you can and cannot do with trees. And so we wanted to ensure the viability of the site. So the trees were actually, I think, they were probably the first piece of work that we actually paid for as the school on this project, because that was the level of importance that we put it at. So we had that assessment done. Throughout that time period, our arborist that we hired worked with the arborist from DDOT Urban Forestry. So they worked together to make sure that we had a good plan in place to take care of the heritage trees that we plan to transplant. So last winter, we started pruning the roots of those trees, trimming the canopies of those heritage trees in preparation for moving them. We cared for those trees by installing an irrigation system at the ECC to make sure those trees got the water that they needed and that they would be ready to move at this time period. Our initial tree removal permit was issued by Urban Forestry last spring, and then we provided notification of our intention to perform tree removal and tree transplant starting last September. We did that at an ANC meeting, and we also sent letters, or we hand-delivered letters to the surrounding neighbors. And so I think we originally planned to do the tree removal and start the transplant in the fall. That got pushed back a little bit, but now we're slated to start that in a couple of weeks. Next slide, please, Sherry. So this came up. This is a really simple graphic, but I'll explain it pretty quickly. So there are 3 colors here. Green represents I'm sorry, let me back up. There are 66 trees that we are actually removing from the site. And I say removing, not necessarily cutting down, because of those 66 trees, some of them have already fallen down on the site because they're in bad condition. Of those 66, the green represents the number of trees, and the number is 6, that are considered to be in good condition when they were assessed 2 years ago by our arborist. The yellow represents the trees that are considered to be in fair condition. And that number is 31. And the red represents the trees that are considered to be in either poor, critical, or dead condition, or they are an invasive species. So as you can see there, we've got a small sliver of trees that are considered to be good condition. The rest are, as we talked about, we've sent this information around, fair condition or worse. And of those remaining, about half of them are critical, poor, dead, or invasive, which means the tree's in really, really bad shape. So what we want to show here by conveying this slide is that we're not going in and cutting down a whole bunch of trees that are in really good condition. The ECC will tell you that, those trees have been in some shape for a while that is not good shape. It's why they've endeavored to keep folks off of the property, because these trees can and do fall down. They can be a hazard. If those of you that walk by the site frequently have probably seen a recently fallen tree that's fallen in the last month, a rather large tree on the site. So we wanted to give you some perspective here. And mostly we wanted to come and again, kind of make an announcement that we're planning to move forward with this tree work. So we are going to have a meeting tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. It's an additional presentation and discussion on the tree work. We'll get into some more details beyond what was covered here tonight, and we'll take some more time. That presentation will be about an hour. You can email our email address that's there on the screen to get the information for that. In the meantime, there are several resources that you can go to. Maret has a project webpage on our site. You can check out information. And then the ANC actually has 2 very good pages on their site. One is about the project as a whole, and the second is for the task force that's monitoring for enforcement and compliance with the MOU. Both of those sites are good resources for those of you in the neighborhood. So that wraps up our presentation. I'll take questions from the commissioners as needed, and we may have Akash answer some, and Marjo, myself.
Okay. Any commissioners have questions? Michael?
Oh, Trey, thank you. Can the tree removal and transplanting be staged so that the 6 trees in good health that may be removed altogether be staged so that as to them, there's a sort of a hiatus pending the BZA approval, or is the nature of the work such that it really needs to be done in one fell swoop, the transplanting of the heritage trees, the removal of the dead trees, and then I guess the removal of those 6 good condition trees? Are they all being removed?
So yes, they are being removed. The nature of the work is generally that the trees need to be removed and you need a good clean site. When you go out there and transplant trees, there's heavy machinery that needs to go out, and there is some clearing. Heard someone say there's a trench that needs to be dug. That sounds bad, but it is true. There is a trench that they run the trees along when they move them. So you do need clear space on the site. That's why we do plan to take all the trees down at this time.
And just to reiterate, Michael, that if we miss this window, we can't move the heritage trees for another full year. And I have to say that I understand the Friends of the Field want to delay things as long as they can, but it really puts a huge burden on us if we don't move the heritage trees by the middle of March. And it also puts a real pressure on ECC, the Episcopal Children's Center for Children, which is looking for us to be supporting in terms of lease and rent. So we want to continue to move forward to do all of our obligations. Does that answer your question, Michael?
Thank you.
Bruce, then Peter Lynch.
Yeah, good evening, Marjo and Trey. Thanks for coming, and Sherry for presenting. Trey, let me ask the question that I asked during the Maret Task Force meeting the other day, which is, if in fact you proceed with the tree work as planned, and then something happens, whether it's an appeal, whether it's a BZA, whatever, that forced the work to stop, and you couldn't proceed with the construction, what provision is Maret prepared to make to treat the property, to groom the grounds in some way, and to provide mitigation so that we don't have a very serious water runoff problem if in fact the property were to sit idle for however long, let's just say an appeal ran?
Sure. So we have had a chance to give that some consideration since you asked it last week. I will say that, in our viewpoint, there's not a good chance of an appeal or a stay of construction being implemented. So we feel pretty confident that we'll be able to move forward with the work. Should that happen, we will safely secure the site. When you go out and you do the work, I'll go back to what I said at the top of my presentation, which is that you work with the DOEE to make sure you're not creating disturbances or problems as it relates to the water. So we would put all the mitigations in place that the DOEE would ask us to do. And, we would work with them to make sure that that happens and that those are maintained, right? So that there are no problems.
Did your planning with DOEE consider the contingency that you would do the tree work and you would have then a very altered landscape terrain, and then the work could potentially stop? Was there a contingency of that sort considered in your conversations with DOEE? Or was it the case that they assumed construction would ensue and therefore the property would evolve very rapidly based on that construction?
So, I leave that to our engineers to do most of the planning with them. But what I would say is that we definitely commit to continuing to work with DOEE to make sure there are no issues or no problems. So whether that's construction starts 2 days after we finish transplanting the trees, or it's 2 years, we think it's a very, very unlikely scenario that it's 2 years or anything like that. But we commit to working with DOE on a continuous basis.
So one
Trey,
final question.
Trey, could I follow up when appropriate? But go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah. The Maret team, you have all seen the petition, you've seen the signatures, you've understood what that's been about. 1,000 people have expressed a point of view. I'm just curious to know, given your stated interest in community relations and the efforts you've made since the beginning of this project to reach out to the community, how do you now interpret that more than 1,000 people are asking you to hold off?
Well, so I'll say a couple of things about it. One is, we know from looking at the petition, because we've seen it online, that there are many folks that don't have a great understanding of the process, and they may have signed the petition thinking that there wasn't a public hearing about this. There was a public hearing about it. We received the unanimous approval of the BZA. We have our permits. And I know you and I, went back and forth about this last week, but there are people out there that think we don't have the permits. And that's just simply not the case. And so we don't want to discount, 1,000, but I think there are a lot of people that don't understand it completely. The second is, it is important that we develop this field for many reasons. But as Marjo mentioned, our partnership with the ECC, this is important for them. It's important for us because we have the permits that, for the tree work that we've been approved to do. We feel it's important that we move forward with the work. There is complete and total precedence for operating in that way in the district. When you receive a permit to do work, you're authorized legally to go do that work. And it helps us stay on our timeline for delivering the field.
Thanks.
I have a question, whoever can answer this. Bruce, you brought up if Maret had conversations with DOEE regarding mitigating circumstances if an appeal happened and a stop work order is issued. Is that something that's typical of all projects across the city? Is that a requirement of DOEE? It doesn't seem like it would be to me, but I'm just curious about that.
So
Does anyone know the answer to that?
I can jump in, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
So my name is Akash Thakar, as Marjo said. I live in ANC 34G, and I'm a member of the board, and my two kids go to the Maret School. So our understanding of the process is, when DOEE looks at a tree removal permit, their concern is not what the future use will be. And I'll make it a simple example. Let's say you want to take down three trees in your backyard. If you want to do that for any reason, because the sky is blue, you have a right to do that, as long as you follow the procedures and protocols as outlined by the DOEE, right? Or sorry, the Department of Transportation Urban Forestry, right? And that includes, as Trey said, working with DOEE in terms of how you leave the site post removal, right? So I just think it's very important to note that when Urban Forestry and DOEE look at this situation, they're saying, we have a school, they want to take down trees for whatever reason, in this case, to build a new field, which has been approved by the BZA, but whatever the reason may be, their concern is it being done in the right way? For example, if there are heritage trees, you cannot take those down if they're in good health. You have to move them somewhere else. Is there a place to move them? Either yes or no. And if yes, you can move them there. For the other trees, you have to pay various fees in order to take them down and such. And as Trey said, work with DOEE then to ensure that the site is left in a certain condition once those are moved. But there is no link whatsoever between the tree removal permits and the BZA. In this case, thankfully, we do have a BZA vote. Also, I think Commissioner Gosselin asked the question, and I do have some experience from my day job in this. Has there ever been a case where, and I can't say never because I'm not an attorney, but I have not seen in my close to 20 years in Washington, DC, working in the development industry, an order that doesn't align extraordinarily, I want to put a pin in this, extraordinarily closely to what the BZA decided when they decide a case. The order is simply meant to document what they talked about and decided that day. So there may be some conditions, certainly David's not wrong, but let's take a step back here. The BZA approved a field to be built as we proposed it and pursuant to the agreements we made with the ANC. Now, Friends of the Field has every right to have their day in court, But to Trey's point, and for the lawyers out there, and I know that Friends of the Field has many attorneys on their team, and I know their land use attorney knows this. There's a very, very high bar for a court to overturn the will of a municipality. It's like home rule. A municipality says, I am interpreting my laws this way. Friends of the Field may not like it, Maret may like it, doesn't matter. The bar is very, very high to say, we disagree with you, DC, interpreting your own laws. So I'm not saying it couldn't happen. It certainly could. And certainly I'm seeing a comment, the Attorney General did not agree with Maret. The Attorney General is a voice. The Board of Zoning Adjustment speaks on behalf of the citizens of the District of Columbia in interpreting law. And so I say all that to say that Mr. Patton said there was intractable legal knot or something to that effect. And with the dewest of respect, with ANC support, Office of Planning support, DOT support, Office of Zoning Attorneys support, and most importantly, a unanimous BZA vote after, as Marjo said, umpteen hours of testimony. The record is very, very clear, and this case is clear. Clearly, Friends of the Field will do what they may, but I guess I'll close by saying something very simple. This, it would be different if, and maybe be different if we're trying to build a big housing project or something like that. At the end of the day, we are trying to build a field for children to play on. We have gone through all of the appropriate processes and procedures as outlined by the city in which we live. Time and time again, the Friends of the Field have been told, we appreciate you making your argument, but in fact, we are ruling a different way. And that's what due process is. And I think what Marjo and Trey and we are saying is, we have gotten the go-ahead pursuant to city's laws and procedures, and we do need to move forward at this point in time to start the project, understanding that Friends of the Field will, of course, and should, if they choose, to do whatever they feel they must to try to slow it down, appeal it, whatever the case may be.
Thank you.
And I would just add, Lisa, that we have a meeting scheduled with Friends of the Field in the next week or so. We're continuing to engage all the city representatives. I just would hope that tonight we're not relitigating something. Again, offer tomorrow night, we want to go deep into all the work we're doing and to answer questions even more deeply at 7 o'clock. Trey put that out. I know it's on your website. We welcome people to come to that meeting so we can clarify things. Again, I understand, Bruce, that there are many people who signed your petition. I hope that they will also give a chance to really hear some of the facts from the other side, which they may not have had a chance to hear.
Point of immediate clarification, Marjo, it's not my petition. I'm not on the steering committee of the Friends of the Field.
No, I didn't say it was your petition, the petition you were referring to.
Well, it could have easily been misunderstood what you just said. So just to clarify,
So sorry, I didn't
not
mean
my petition.
the petition you were referring to.
Thank you.
Okay, last round of questions, and then we need to go to the Q&A so we can wrap this topic up. Bruce, you have your hand up, and then John.
So it's just a procedural point, Commissioner Gore. Would you like us to hold off on any statements until afterwards? We'll take the questions and come back. Commissioners will have an opportunity to offer views after the questions from the attendees. Or how would you like to handle it?
So after I go to the Q&A,
right?
There's
right.
No motion on the floor. We don't have a resolution.
We're going to move on. What statements are you talking about, Bruce?
No. Just in terms of what we might then come back, taking everything into account, what Maret has said, what Friends of the Field have said, what the public wishes to say. We're listening to what everybody has to say, and we're processing what they have to say. And I'm just wondering if there's opportunity to do that then after the comments and questions from the community.
Well, I would advise if any commissioners have additional comments, they make them now, because we're definitely moving the train forward, to the community comments. And we don't have anything before the commission in terms of action.
Right.
My comment is that, I am not in favor of delaying the process. They have illegal orders. Trey mentioned if, you know, and this is a big if that I think Friends of the Field is asking for us to consider. If there is a stay, that's a big consideration when we're talking about a construction project that has, you know, a strict timeline, especially on transplanting these heritage trees. I appreciate the information on DOEE and the statement that Akash made regarding, you know, the court's potential or very high bar for overruling the local jurisdiction. But I think the project needs to move forward. So that's where my position is on this. If it was a resolution before me, I would vote no on it. So, you know, I don't know how the commissioners feel, and I agree with Marjo. We have hashed this out a lot. And they're within their legal right to continue with the tree project. And I think we need to allow them to do that. So that's
Commissioner Gore, what then is the procedure? I had shared prior to the meeting, as you know, other commissioners know, a draft resolution. There are in our bylaws provisions for addressing matters that come up in between meetings. The obvious issue here is that Maret plans to proceed with the tree work on February 6th, which is the day of our next scheduled meeting, as I understand it. And as a consequence, or actually our meeting might fall after that. So the opportunity for the commission to take any action or express its further review is now. So on the draft resolution that I presented, what would be the procedure for presenting that now in between meetings? I'll follow your guidance.
Well, there are two issues. Well, there's some major issues on that. And I think Zach brought up one of the major issues is we have never noticed to the community the discussion and possible vote on this process. And that is a big issue.
Right.
One of the things that, you know, I was saying in the chain to commissioners, if we could get that resolution up, the community would still probably feel a little bent out of shape. I mean, if you look at the listserv today, they're bent out of shape because we didn't have the Civic Corps resolution up timely. We did get the Civic Corps resolution up by midday. The community has never seen this resolution. So, you know, I think it's very questionable to present the resolution at this point in time. Right. However, if you know your Robert's Rules of Order, anybody could put a motion on the floor at any point in time. So you don't necessarily have to have a resolution. If this is something that you feel like you want to propose a motion, then the commission would have to move on that motion.
Well, could I propose providing a resolution in draft to the public or your guidance, what you just commented on, and then the commission either in special session or in some other fashion would take that up with the appropriate notification?
Well,
let me
that
ask.
would be something that I would have to defer to the commission. Personally, Bruce, I don't think this is a special session topic, to be honest with you. If you want to make it simple, propose the motion on the floor tonight and let the commission vote on it. We have done that in the past, even to the point of saying that we will draft language that in a resolution that kind of matches the proposed motion. I would not be in favor of a special session for this topic.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Excuse me?
May I ask a question?
Who is that?
Peter.
Peter,
Lynch.
before you ask a question, there are other people that had their hands up before you, and I'm trying to get to them.
Sure.
So I will call folks as in order that they have raised their hand.
Got it.
Okay, John Lawrence, then Peter Lynch, then Michael Zeldin.
Thank you. In listening overall, and as a concerned neighbor, and hearing what Maret has mentioned on timelines, I would like to hear how long a construction period we're talking about to actually complete the facilities proposed by Maret. and if I heard right, they have up until 2029 on their ability to use their existing facilities. Given that this is going to be, I guess, fields, play fields and other facilities, I'm wondering if there's just how long it's going to take to build a new project, and if it only takes 24 months, why they would have to hurry up and do the tree moving and repositioning, disfigure the site before they know what the final BZA conditions are, which they may or may not accept. And then we have a site that's been, like I said, moved around. It's more or less an attractive site now, and it's not just like someone's backyard. So there's more considerations involved.
Trey, would you like to answer that, or Marjo Akash?
Sure. I mean, in terms of developing the site, building out a field, we can't get our construction permits until we have the written BZA order, right? But the actual construction itself, we've tossed around the idea that it might take 6 to 9 months to actually do that, bring the field online. But I will say two things. There's been a talk that this has been, why are we rushing? Why are we rushing? As I mentioned, we had our first notice to the community about this potential partnership in December of 2020. We came to our first ANC meeting in September 2021. So we as Maret do not feel like this has been a rushed process. We feel as though we've been thoughtful and engaging with the community to talk about our plans. So we don't think this is rushed. The second thing I will say is that, again, it's important for us to bring this field online. One, because of our partnership with ECC. ECC, I'm not going to try to tell anybody that if you say you're a supporter of the ECC, then you by default need to support our project there on the site. But our project on the site is important to helping ECC fulfill its mission. They're the landlord, we're the lessee. We're going to pay them rent. It's important for them to be able to reopen, to have that rent. Secondly, Maret is a resident of the district. We've been in DC for a long, long time. We believe in doing things that are right for the district. We believe that bringing this additional playing field space online in the district is important. There's a dearth of 90-foot baseball diamonds in the city for kids to play baseball. We think it's important to have that. And lastly, we do have preferred permitting time at JELF. We've committed to have conversations with DPR about the best use of our preferred permitting time at JELF once we bring this online. If we're able to work with DPR to bring that space into more public use, that's good for the city as a whole. And DC we consider ourselves to be a resident of the district. We think those things are good for city families. They're good for city kids. They're good for the city as a whole. So that's why we're trying to get this online as soon as we can.
Thank you. Peter Lynch.
Thank you. Maret, thank you for being here. Friends of the Field folks, thank you for being here as well. This project is well outside my single member district, but I wonder, is there a time frame that Maret would find acceptable and that would also be acceptable to the Friends of the Field folks who, as I understand it right now, are just hoping that there's a pause on the tree before the BZA approval comes across. And if the BZA approval was to come across in 3 weeks, supposing, that strikes me as not holding Maret up. Now, if the BZA took 5 months, maybe that is really putting you all out and unacceptable to you all. But I wonder if there's a span of time where we could entertain the Friends of the Field and you all at Maret and ease the tensions between the two at this point. What do you think?
Peter, I really thank you for, doing your job, which is to listen to all of the different players and perspectives. What I heard and have heard from the beginning from members of the Friends of the Field is that their hope is to delay this forever. And that it's not just getting the BZA order, which we're very confident will have all of the parts that they voted on unanimously in April. It often takes up to a year for the BZA to do it, but I'm not hearing that once the BZA order comes through, that the Friends of the Field will say, okay, go ahead and do the trees or anything else. They are planning probably to appeal, and then hoping that appeal will take quite a while, potentially more than 1 year, etc. So that's really, there's not a short compromise. Even if there were, Peter, the more important thing is that we're not rushing this because of an arbitrary date of February 6th. We're needing to move the heritage trees by the middle of the March. And if we don't do that, it's a full year before we can do it again. So it's really putting us, ECC, and the whole concept of having a field for our kids and other students and for ECC to move forward on our really important private partnership that we're really working on. Does that make sense, Peter?
It does a bit. I might offer, and I know you have a different experience with the Friends of the Field, but as a new commissioner coming on, I'm taking John's word. I don't know John Lawrence and David Patton and Joseph here. So I will take their word that they would want the BZA approval before the trees being moved, and that's what they're requesting.
But they also, we heard tonight, I think, that they're planning to appeal and would hope that we would delay until that's gone through the courts. And that's not a couple weeks.
Right.
And we really don't have, Peter, it's not being arbitrary, a couple of weeks.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand Maret's position. Do the Friends of the Field want to weigh in on my question? I'm just trying to find a middle ground that
Peter, let's
to both groups.
Hang on a minute. I want to go to the other commissioners because I think the Friends of the Field have weighed in on that, but we will come back. But let me just make sure we go through the commissioner. And Bruce, we have got, so some of you commissioners have had multiple rounds of talk on this. We have got to get to the community. Okay, we have 7 participants in the community with their hands raised and 12 questions. So please, at some point, let's get to the community on this. Michael Zeldin.
So I just wanted to say, Peter, in response to your question about is there some middle ground, if you look at the petition that was signed online, the 397 petitioners, if you look at the petition, just the layout of that petition preordains the result. It's not a petition that the ANC would ever have issued if we wanted to really get an honest response from the community. If you look at the community comments, most of them say, how can they do this without a permit? But of course they have a permit. But the way the petition also lays out, it says in bold letters, with certain prospect of an appeal to the court, there is no plan, there is no guarantee that Maret's plan will be allowed to go forward. So with certain prospect of an appeal to the court. So to Margot's point, this is not going to end from the Friend of the Field's standpoint when a BZA order is issued. There is a certain prospect of appeal. And that I think is what the problem that it creates for Maret. If this is delayed, then they lose a year. And as we've discussed for 2 years about this, they're within their right to do this. And I'm sort of hard pressed to figure out the reason I can deny people the right to do what they're entitled to do. My neighbor next door is going to construct a big addition to his house. It's going to block all sorts of stuff at our house, but I can't prevent that. We live in a city, and that's what the nature of life is here.
Mr. Zelda, isn't that he's the owner of the property, whereas this is the leasee of the property, which makes a little bit of a difference, doesn't it?
Well, no, because the
No.
ECC is the owner of the property and they've contracted in an arm's length contract for the development of their property. So, I mean, the ECC Episcopal Center for Children, in partnership with Maret, is allowing for the development of this property. So I don't see, Peter, we're essentially saying to a landowner, and a contract partner, while you have the right to do this, our preference is that you not be allowed to do that. And I just don't understand, as a lawyer, I don't understand the basis by which we intervene that way. What we did do, which I think was helpful and I think remains helpful, was enter into an MOU with the parties, created a task force to ensure that all of the terms of the agreement are honored completely. And so what we have done is made sure that we are engaged in this process on a day-to-day basis to ensure that the best interests of the city, our oath, is honored. So I'm just struggling with the basis by which we oppose.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Okay, Bruce Sherman.
Well, I would like to propose a motion at some point. If you wish to go to community comments first, that's fine. Whatever you'd like to do.
You can put it on the table now. After you propose a motion, if it's seconded, then it's back to discussion of the motion. And then you can have community comments then if you want to do it, or we can go to the community now.
I would like to hear from the community, and then I just want to indicate I do want to propose a motion.
Okay. So Maret, if you, and also Friends of the Field, you're also panelist. There are 13 open questions. The first one is, what is the expected salvage rate of transplanted heritage trees?
I assume that question means how likely are the heritage trees to survive?
Yeah, I would think.
So I don't have a specific number. I will say that the trees are being transplanted by a well-known, nationally recognized firm. They're the best in the business. We tried to seek competitive bids for the work, and all the firms we talked to that we tried to get a bid from said, you need to talk to EDI, which is the firm that we're using. The arborists from the city have told us that these are the premier folks. You know, transplanting trees is possible. That's why the district law allows for this provision for you to go and do it. And so we're using the best firm literally in the country. They have operations in all parts of the country. They bring folks in from South Carolina and Florida. They brought them in from South Carolina and Florida to do the root pruning. So they're a very experienced team. They're the best in the business.
Okay.
And Trey, I'm sorry, Lisa, one thing. Trey, will you be planting additional trees on this property? And can you talk to that?
Yes. Yeah. So we are going to plant additional trees and shrubs and greenery on the property. If you remember when we had our visual depictions back in the springtime, we showed those. So we are going to have those. We're working with a landscape designer on exactly, species and that type of thing, but we will be replanting all sorts of things, including trees on the site.
And I just would add that, by delaying, if there's an appeal, et cetera, it delays us being able to go and put in the stormwater and all of the other things that we want to do to improve the property. We will, as Trey said, do everything that we're asked to keep the property in good shape and to support that. But planting the trees and everything will happen as soon as we really continue with the construction.
Next question. Assuming the top of drawing is north, where are the trees that are being considered? What size of trees can be reasonably transplanted successfully? Surely not heritage trees.
Again, tomorrow night, we're doing a much more thorough presentation showing, different trees and what we're doing. We don't have all of those documents here. So I'm happy to answer those questions, or if you go to our website, but we don't have that information right at hand.
Okay. Next question. So for the soil conservation disturbance, and Marjo and Trey, answer whatever you can. Obviously, if you don't have the information, let us know. But for the soil conservation disturbance, what size tree is that relating to? And does it include shrubbery like azaleas?
It's related to the actual volume of soil that you disturb. So the district has standards. If you disturb X amount of soil, you don't have to get a permit. If X plus 50,000 square feet or whatever, it's a different kind of permit, 500,000. It's all dependent on how much soil you're actually disturbing. And so your engineers do a calculation, submit that, and they tell you what kind of permit you have to have, and then what kind of mitigations you have to put in place. It's not based on tree size.
Okay. Next question. Isn't the Maret lease already in play? So the delay doesn't impact the amount ECC will receive?
So no, that's not actually the case. I think those of you who are commissioners will recall that we have not wanted to put all of our private business dealings with ECC out into the public record, but in order for both sides, both Maret and ECC, to experience the full value of the lease, the field does need to be built.
Next question. I think when we were talking about potential delays, why would this have to be delayed 4 years?
Yeah, I don't think it has to or should be. An appeal can take a long time. And so, would it take 4 years? I don't think so, but maybe that's what what question was referencing.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, next question. There are many delays in construction, i.e. historic sites with artifacts found at Lafayette Park. So my question is, doesn't the lease continue whether or not there are delays for whatever reason?
Yes, I mean, I'll kind of refer back to my previous answer about the lease, and kind of it's an initiation. I don't want to talk about all the details of the lease, but the construction period is not really a relevant piece when it comes to that. But once the lease does start, it does continue.
Do you know, Friends of the Field, of the 1,000 signatures, many of whom are in the same household, represents an infinitesimal percentage of the residents in ANC 34G. Do you know, out of your 1,000 or so signatures, how many are actually in ANC 34G?
I'll take a stab at that, but I'm not doing the counting. Some of our people who did most of the canvassing of the neighborhood are tabulating those results. I don't know. I think the bulk are very local because these signatures were gained by going door to door.
Okay. I believe,
And again, I would just emphasize anybody on this call who were part of those door-to-door solicitations, that they come and listen to our meeting tomorrow night, just so that they have the full picture.
I'm just trying to go straight to the tree questions. How long does it take for the trees to reach maturity? Does anybody know that?
No, I mean, we're obviously not going to plant trees the size of, we're not going to be planting 50-foot trees on the site. So it will take time for those trees to reach the maturity of some of the trees that'll be removed. But we will, we had this discussion back in the springtime where we want to try to plant as mature of foliage as possible when we go out there and do the site. That's more costly for us, but it's something that we definitely talked about doing for the site.
And I think we also want to be really conscious of homes that are close in on the boundary is different than something that, has no houses nearby. We want to block the view in as appropriate a fashion.
Okay. And just as a follow-up, Trey, someone said they didn't understand your response. The construction period not in the lease, So what happens if the lease doesn't continue? Do you know the answer to that? Who would be responsible for an unfinished construction project?
I mean, once we
Yeah.
start, we're going to finish. When we start the construction project, we will finish it.
But
I guess
Trey,
that's my response. Yeah, go ahead, Akash.
yeah, Trey, I think the point is that the way that the EC realizes its value is through a field being built here that we can utilize. So just to be clear, for those who might think that because a document has been signed, and this is very normal when party A owns a piece of land and party B is developing it, party B only starts paying the value, whether it's a lease or a purchase, once they can utilize the property for the use that they're offering payment for. So just for clarity for folks on the call, as Trey said, ECC realizes full value of their contract with Maret once the fields are built, such that we could utilize them for the purpose that we're leasing the property for. So said another way, if the fields are delayed, if for whatever reason we cannot move forward, ECC will not be able to realize the value that it needs to forward its mission and that it's been in the community so long providing.
Last question on the Q&A. It says, how many trees have the Friends of the Field planted? Ignore that. Friends of the Field haven't planted any trees. Okay, there are 6 community members that have their hands raised. I'm going to promote you to panelists. If you do not want to be promoted to panelists, you can decline that offer. But I'm going to ask that each one of you keep your comments limited to a minute so that we can move on with the discussion. If you're declining to be promoted, please lower your hand. That would make it much easier. Some hands.
Oops, I'm going to get out of here. Where are you? Oh, okay.
John, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I was one of the people who walked the field with the ANC. I have several thoughts about that, but I don't believe there are as many dying trees as has been alleged. But the issue really isn't the status of any of the individual trees. The issue is what happens to the holes in the ground when 66 trees are either cut out completely or 4 of them are moved. And we've been told last week that the movement of those trees is going to involve trenches, and the trees will be moved from wherever they exist on the field, and trenches will be built to the corner of the field where the heritage trees are going to be placed. So the issue is what happens to those trenches in the period between the digging of the trenches and the digging of the holes and the time that Maret can begin the installation of the artificial turf. And it's our belief that the field, until the artificial turf comes in, and what happens to the artificial turf is a different issue, but until the artificial turf comes in, water is just going to be draining down the hill and towards 28th Street. Now, also, I'd like to address briefly the BZA situation. It's true that the BZA situation is a contested case, but it's been 10 months since the oral vote, and it's my belief that the reason it's taken so long to get a written decision is because the BZA is stuck with the Attorney General's decision. The Attorney General, until 4 months before this decision, the Attorney General was the attorney for BZA. And the assumption is that the Attorney General knows at least as much about zoning law as the zoning people now at the BZA. I think it's that delay is what delays the process. And it's also that delay is what gives the chance to appeal or to succeed in the appeal. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Claudia?
I'm happy to answer as appropriate.
Oh, yeah, you want to answer, please? Thank you.
Akash,
Sure.
you take
So-
part 2 and I'll take part 1 on the water
Sure.
piece.
Yeah. So again, want to be very, very clear here, because there's no dispute about this. The OAG at the zoning hearing did not render any decisions, nor do they have any role in rendering decisions. They're attorneys, and they presented a brief to the Office of Zoning and the Board of Zoning Adjustment for the Board of Zoning Adjustment's consideration. The Board of Zoning Adjustment reviewed the brief as presented by OAG, along with all of the testimony provided or memos provided by all the agencies in the district and by every person who gave up their time to testify that day. And then the Board of Zoning Adjustments made a decision unanimously to move the project forward. So I guess I'm not sure where this discussion around OAG holding up a BZA order or what have you is coming from. BZA orders routinely take, as Marjo said, or Trey said at the start of our presentation, upwards of a year. But the decision was made taking into account OAG's full views. That is not to say OAG may not do whatever it chooses to do in the future should Friends of the Field appeal the decision, but want to be very clear, a decision was made taking into account all factors, and now the Board of Zoning Adjustment simply has to issue an order consistent. And I'm just going to repeat what I said. I am not aware, our attorneys are not aware of any Board of Zoning Adjustment order that is different from the decision. That would be akin, for example, to a case that was decided on the bench by a judge or series of judges, and then an order somehow, when it was written, to come out differently. That's just not the way the justice system most fundamentally works.
And then I will say about the removal of the trees, the digging of the trench pathway for the heritage trees to be transplanted. I'll refer back to what I said about DOEE and our soil disturbance permit. Again, they come back, they make sure that you put everything back when you're finished up. And as I said earlier, we'll continue to work with them on any mitigations that are needed on the site. If they come out and they say, hey, you need to touch this up, we'll touch it up. Our contractor is very well versed in working in the city. And so I think we'll have good support on that front.
Thank you. Okay, Claudia?
Oh, thank you. I'm Claudia Russell. I'm a neighbor and a member of the Episcopal Diocese of Washington. I have to ask how the destruction of the trees on the property of the Episcopal Center for Children squares with the Episcopal Church's Communion Forest initiative to sustain and renew life on this earth. The Communion Forest is a global call to action in response, in part, to biodiversity loss. The intent is that it will inspire our local parishes to protect and restore local habitat by planting trees and parenthetically not removing them. Of course, environmental justice is at the heart of the tree growing ministry, reminding all that this is 2023 when climate change is full frontal to all of us. Will the ECC please respond to this?
Thank you, Claudia.
Marjo and Trey, I don't believe they're on this call, correct?
Right.
I don't know. Stephanie might be here. I don't know.
Stephanie made a statement in the chat about how important this project is, the ECC, but I believe she's not in the participant list right now. So you can find her comment if you scroll in the chat.
Thank you. I'll send it to her directly as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay. All right. So at this time, Commissioner Sherman, you want to make your motion. Participants, thank you so much. I know this was supposed to be 15-minute segment for each of you. There was a lot of discussion on this issue. So thank you immensely for taking extra time to answer the community's questions and the commissioner's questions. As you know, we have majority of new commissioners that are not as well versed on the subject. So this conversation, I'm sure, was very helpful to catch them up to speed on what's going on with the project. And I definitely encourage the new commissioners to attend the event tomorrow to learn more about the project that Maret is offering. So with that, panelists that aren't commissioners, I'm returning you back to your role. Thank you so much. And while I'm doing that, Bruce, do you have your motion ready?
Yeah, I do. And it tracks what the commissioners saw in draft yesterday. And so I will be referencing some of the points there to substantiate the motion and argue for it. I've indicated to you separately that I think there's really just one issue here. And that issue is whether or not a construction project of this magnitude should proceed before it has the official final written order of the Board of Zoning Adjustment with the conditions laid out and has acquired the necessary construction permits. We are speculating, many of us, because we don't know what's going to happen, as to what BZA could say, what could happen in the interim that would somehow affect the construction, affect the development. But simple common sense dictates that we get the required permits before we begin construction. And the tree permits are a separate matter. However, the ANC itself recognized in November, when it created the task force for Maret, that due to the heavy construction on the property, it wanted to consider the tree work as construction. And there is no authority yet from the BZA final order to begin that construction. Secondly, I would say that I think it's very important for us as a body whose main task is to be the voice of the neighborhood, to listen to what people are saying. 1,000 people have signed a petition. I understand that we can question the wording of the petition. We can wonder about the methodology. We can gainsay certain aspects of it if we want to. But I would only ask the commissioners to be fair here with regard to how you consider citizen input on this matter compared to how you consider citizen input on the surplusing matter, the small area plan previously, the bike lanes previously, and the continued comment from the community on all of those issues. Our job is, again, I believe, to be the voice of the neighborhood, and we have a resounding voice here from our neighbors. The Friends of the Field group, in conducting the petition, they do have numbers of people who are within the ANC. My understanding is that the majority, overwhelmingly, of people are from this ANC because the petitions were gathered here. And they're from all of our single member districts, not just single member district 02. And I think it's incumbent upon us to respect their voice and listen to what they say. And in that regard, then, I would propose a motion that would have the ANC call on Maret to delay voluntarily any work related to the trees until such time as it has received the final written order from the Board of Zoning Adjustment and the necessary construction permits. If Maret declines to do that, I further would have the ANC be in touch with urban forestry to stay the permits it has granted Maret. Now, in doing that, I recognize that, yeah.
Point of order. Is that your motion? Just.
Yeah.
Okay.
The two parts, Commissioner Gore, would be to call on Maret to delay voluntarily until it has the permits, until it has the final written order of the BZA and the permits. And failing that the ANC would then intercede and call on urban forestry to take action, exercising the great weight of the commission in such matters before the city.
Is there a second?
Point of information first.
No, hang on a minute. No, sir. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, discussion. Peter Lynch.
Thank you. Would it be possible, Bruce and other commissioners, do you think we could address BZA and ask for a timeline on when they expect to issue a ruling? And depending on how they answer, address this on February 9th? What do other commissioners think?
I think we ought to vote on it now, and I will be voting against it. I think this is relitigating an issue that we devoted an immense amount of time to, and with an even hand. And I think that we have vastly more important issues to deal with, as this was an important issue when we took it up for almost 8 months. I think that the issue of, I noticed that Bruce keeps talking about we. This commission has acted to the extent that there is a hypothetical here, which is and Bruce seems to like to dismiss arguments as hypotheticals, that hypothetically the BZA could turn around and dismiss its previous ruling, its oral ruling, or make major alterations by adding conditions. But that's a hypothetical, and to the extent there's a risk, Maret has made clear they're willing to take it. I don't see why there's a we in this process. That is an ANC at this point. The ANC has spoken.
Another point of information. So supposing the BZA does come back and denies the request, and those trees have been hauled up and the land impacted, what would be the situation then?
Peter Gossel.
Peter, I want to make clear that prior to any of this, prior to Maret coming on the scene, the Episcopal Center for Children ran out of money because the city wasn't doing sufficient reimbursements. And because of that, they were not able to properly maintain this. So if you walked by that site in 2019 or 2020, you would see essentially piles of lumber at the bottom of those aging trees because they were not being well cared for. In addition, I know some of the abutting property owners and have had dinner at their houses and been told about how that site flooded their basement repeatedly. The site was in bad shape. The work that's already been done has improved it. To the extent that there's this worry about holes and left by the heritage trees or the trees that are cut down, the liability runs to Maret. Maret and its lawyers and its planners believe they have a strong case here and they will prevail. It's not as if it's wrong to portray this, that there is a native site that is perfectly balanced and Maret is going to come in and bulldoze it. It was in trouble and was causing problems to neighbors, but long before Maret came on the scene.
But I think the question that I was asking, and thank you, Peter, for the background, is if the BZA did deny the request, and what would be the situation then? Do any commissioners have?
It would seem to me that the situation then is that Maret is going to have to maintain that field until such time as they challenge the denial,
and that's what they said. They said they would work with DOEE to make sure that the site is secured and maintained.
I have just one point of confusion, Peter, which is Peter.
Which one? Peter G. Peter L.
Lynch, which is my understanding is that the construction permit, which is pending before the BZA, is separate from the tree permit. The tree permit stuff has been granted.
Yeah.
So if the BZA comes and denies the construction, there is still a legally enforceable permit that allows for these trees to be moved and the dead trees to be cleared. And so it's not as if the BZA order miraculously or just
Separate from the tree order.
it's their separate orders. And if Maret goes forward with the tree order, they do so at their own risk. If they can't construct and they've moved trees, they're still duty bound to maintain that site under their permit. Now, it wouldn't look exactly the same clearly, but they under DOE and their permitting have to maintain the well-being of that property. So when you
So do
ask,
we know that if they don't get approval and uproot the trees, would they still proceed with a non-astroturf field, or they would just be beholden to taking care of the uprooted tree field?
Well,
what is the
You
issue?
may not get approval, Peter. Can you clarify that?
So the BZA has not given approval yet. And
They've given them the verbal. Yeah, they just haven't issued the written full order. They verbally ruled on it.
well, so this is my other question. If Maret is, and we all seem confident that they'll get the written
They will get a
approval
written
from-
order. Mhm.
Okay, so if they get the written approval, then all the Friends of the Field are asking for is to, and what I think also seems aligned with common sense is to hold back uprooting the trees before the BZA written order. And
The problem
if
with
we
that,
could ask in the interim to request from BZA to get clarification through an official written approval, I think that's fair. No?
So that would not come through the ANC. Maret and ECC are dealing with the BZA as well as Friends of the Field. That wouldn't be something that I would suggest the ANC remotely intervene itself in. We have no idea when the BZA order will come through. In some cases, it has taken a year for the BZA to do a written order. And this project is actually coming up very close to a year without the written order from the BZA. So one of the major issues, as Marjo pointed out earlier, was that they are on a schedule to get these heritage trees and the trees transplanted and moved. There is a deadline that they have to get that done by March in order to ensure, because one of the things that the community was talking about was survival of the trees. That's why they have to get this done within a certain time frame so those trees can survive. If they don't do that by then, they can't move the tree. So the project is delayed for a year. So we would be in a position, and this is an anticipatory that also we know that they want to file, they are going to appeal the ruling, which is they're asking for basically this to stop until not only the BZA order, but the appeal process.
But to be
And that is a big if. That's a big if.
to be clear here,
Where
commissioners,
they have authority to do.
right? To be clear here, my motion makes no reference to the appeal.
No, I agree. I'm just explaining this to
Right.
Peter Lynch.
I understand. Again, I return to a very simple proposition. You don't begin construction until you have been given the permission to begin construction. The tree issue is only happening in support of a construction project.
Right.
Ray is not going to manicure the property at ECC if it's not developing athletic fields consistent with this lease. So it is clear that they're taking this action and they wish to take this action in preparation for the construction.
Right, they are.
And the BZA
Right.
not issued the order, and Maret doesn't have the construction permit.
The construction order, but they have, Bruce, in fairness, the permits to do the tree removal.
But I simply submit to you that the issue there is, and I recognize, and others have recognized that they have the tree permits. So then it becomes a matter of common sense. Do you begin this work before you have the other permits that are going to allow you to do the construction, recognizing that there could be problems along the way whereby the property would be left blighted for a protracted period of time.
Well, that is the risk.
That's a risk they're taking.
That is the risk that they have the right to take.
Can I call a question?
It's Friends of the Field that is going to do the potential appeal. If Friends of the Field didn't appeal it, there wouldn't be any risk for them.
Well,
Let's go to Zach Ferguson.
Hi, everyone. I appreciate everyone's time on this, commissioners, everyone. I think it's almost 10 p.m. We have the Civic Corps tonight. Not that this is an important issue, but we've certainly dedicated a lot of time tonight. It's not that we haven't talked about this issue much and we haven't had time to get into it. I think we have. So I know it's an important issue, but I think we have enough information to vote. So Bruce has raised the motion. Thank you, Bruce, for moving us forward. So do we need to discuss this?
Call the question. Call the question.
Vote. So in parliamentary procedures, when the vote is called for by the chair, the vote is automatic. There's no more discussion. All those in favor, raise your hand of Bruce's motion, all those in favor, raise your hand of Bruce's motion. All those opposed, raise your hand. Any abstentions? No. Vote fails 2-4-0. Okay. Thank you all. All right. The next item up for discussion is, oh my goodness. Peter, can you?
Okay, DNC. I have circulated before 7 o'clock last night a draft motion that is structured, that tries to be structured parallel to one that our sister ANC 3C did with regard to the Uptown Theater. Basically, it makes our support for the application by the DC Preservation League and Historic Chevy Chase, DC for historic designation of the bank building at 5530 Connecticut Avenue, which now houses the PNC Bank, contingent on the restrictions that the designation imposes, applying to the building only and not to the rear parking lot. And I would like to get it on the floor, so I move it. Do I have a second? Thanks.
Second.
So is there discussion?
Peter Lynch.
Yeah, shifting gears here. I've been asking quite a bit of questions to the historic board folks and Mr. Lankowski, who's in my SMD, and I really appreciate. I grew up in walking distance from the bank. I appreciate it. I think it's a beautiful architecture piece of the neighborhood, all the rest, and I would very much like to support the historic designation. But what catches my attention is the parking lot piece. And I've asked over and over again why there is parking lot included in this. And some of the answers that I've received, paraphrasing here, are that it's been done before, that's what the historic board calls for, even though a packet sent over has language that contradicts that. And that it shouldn't, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. It can be developed later. Just today, I got an email from Rebecca Miller after all these questions, and I appreciate all of these folks responding to these questions. And if she indicated that if the parking lot were to be developed later, it would have to go under historic preservation review board. There is nothing historic about the parking lot. It is a part of the bank lot. So I sort of see where the inclusion is coming from, but I don't think it should be on us, the ANC, to have to, after approval of this, then go to the historic board and say, hey, also, we would like you not to include the parking lot. My hope would be that they could isolate the bank building. It doesn't seem like they're willing to do that, or can do that maybe. And so anyway, that's something that has been bothering me, and I hope we can rectify that. Thank you.
Zach, do you want to ask a question too? And I'll see if I can, or do you want me to try to answer Peter's?
Go ahead and try to answer Peter's.
Peter, you asked this question of me this afternoon, and my understanding of the answer is the following: that the pre-existing legal definition of properties is their square and lot line in the city, and to make it other than making the reference in this application to something less or other than that requires a process that would be as grueling as defining a lot line, surveyors, et cetera, you know, where does the building end and where does the parking lot begin? And it seems to me that with this resolution takes the statements of Rebecca Miller and another Preservation League staffer and makes them, incorporates them into the body of the resolution. And if you want me to, I would be happy to also put an appendix to the resolution that puts into the resolution itself as an appendix. There are email exchanges on this. So we know exactly what we've been told on this issue, including Rebecca Miller's quite definitive answer that the parking lot could be developed, and the examples such as the Emory Methodist Church.
Well, Peter, she did add on to that to say that the parking lot would have to go through a review board process. Now, would that be easy, complicated? I don't know, but I don't think it should have to. And she's saying that it would.
Well, okay. Zach, you have a question.
I appreciate the point about the parking lot too. I don't think it's a historic parking lot, but I appreciate your attempt to clarify that. My concern, you know, I've heard from residents, you know, historic preservation has a lot of issues. I think it's best done when it's collaborative. So I've raised this before, you know, does the property owner PNC support this application? I know there's been letters sent, and so I didn't know, I heard maybe even PNC is here tonight. So I didn't know if there's any last minute, whether or not the property owner, I don't know if they'd sit through two and a half hours of it.
Yeah, and you know, I forgot about, I mean, the 2.5 hours discussion of maybe forget. I think that I may be wrong, but Mary may be with PNC. I know that there was some talk. I talked to Bernard Mitchell, the manager, and I believe that. So can we just, could I just promote her and find out if that's?
Sure, please. Yeah. There's also some good commentary back and forth in the chat on this with people that have some pretty good understanding of it.
Mary, are you on?
Do you see her?
I see her, and I've hit promote to panelists, but I don't.
Mary Slim?
Yeah, that's who I'm.
Okay, I just clicked on her name. She's declined.
Oh, all right.
What position is, who is she?
Well, now look, I'm sorry. This is an example of where that previous discussion went on so long. Let's see if I can find, they were going to try to get the real estate vice president, PNC's real estate vice president to appear. Let's just see, is it Lynn Osman? Okay, so let's just see if there's a Lynn Osman among attendees.
Mary said she's just an observer.
Okay.
And while Peter's doing that, I can give a quick just explanation. You know, I think it's a beautiful building. You know, I'm a history major. I appreciate the history behind, you know, that the applicant's shown. This makes a lot more sense to me than the Intelstat building they preserved a couple years ago, the spaceship looking building that's now preserved. So I think it's a beautiful building, but, you know, I'd like to see the property owners, you know, this is a big deal. It's not just a list of neat buildings. So that would shape my vote. So that's my thinking on that.
So one thing that's coming across in the comments is that the parking lot is included in order to align with the bank with future developments later on. I don't know if that's the purpose of the historic board or if anybody wants to speak to that. And again, to clarify, I'm more than happy to join with an approval of the historic designation for the bank. It doesn't make any sense for the parking lot and don't think it should be included. If we can find a way not to include it, I'd be happy to join on.
Well, we can find a way to not include, to restrict our support to the building
Right.
by
Right.
saying so. And that's
Right.
what I think this says. The resolve says ANC 34G supports the application by the DC Preservation League and Historic Chevy Chase DC for historic landmark designation of the structure at 5530 Connecticut Avenue Northwest that now houses the PNC Bank branch and is also known as the Chevy Chase Savings Bank, with the express understanding that the designation is focused solely on the bank building on the eastern portion of lot 95 and not the adjacent parking lot. It's an if-then statement. It says, if it's focused just on the building, we support that. We don't support it if it focuses on the parking lot. It seems to me that it may not solve the problem of what happens with development, but it certainly solves the problem of, well, I would argue it solves the problem of where we've said yes and where we've said no to the support we're offering.
Right.
One of the reasons that was given for not updating the historic designation was that there wasn't time to give notice. Do we have anybody from the historic preservation proposal that would be willing to isolate the bank, and we could bring this up at the February 9th meeting?
Maybe the way to handle this is just to take a vote on this, and if you feel that it is that's a better way to go, then you vote against it. I mean, let's see, there's somebody from Jordan Benderly, who's in this instance representing Historic Chevy Chase DC, has his hand up. Historic Chevy Chase DC is one of the applicants. Should I?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm not doing this. Can you? No.
You need me to promote him?
He will,
Oh, you got him. You got him.
We got him?
Yeah.
Jordan, are you up and can you hear us? You're on mute.
There we go.
There you go.
How's that?
Good. Can you speak to the issue that Peter Lynch and Zach are raising?
I'm sorry?
Can you speak to the issue that Peter Lynch and Zach Ferguson are raising?
Yes, to some extent I can. Basically, the building is all that is historically protected. However, the parking lot is adjacent to the building. And I think to some extent, you could build let's hypothetically say an 8 or 10 story building behind that bank that would dwarf the bank and make it far less of a community valued resource than it can be if it is not overshadowed by another building. So I'm absolutely confident that it is possible to develop that site, but the HPRB would review, in all likelihood, would review what is proposed for that site. The same thing is true, by the way, with the Magruder's parking lot. The fact that if you put an 8 or 10 story building on that parking lot, it would overshadow the Avalon Theater. So you've got a community streetscape here that matters. And I assume that for most of us care about the streetscape. It's not just the building, it's the whole ambiance that the preservation can help to create. So we support the idea of saving that building. It is historically significant. It is architecturally very significant. And it is true that the parking lot, because it's on the same parcel, has to go forward to the HPRB. Now, it is possible that the HPRB can qualify in some way the level of review that they would do. I can't speak to that. I have heard that that is a possibility, but the nomination going forward can't be modified. It has to go forward the way it is. But if the ANC wants to make a recommendation to the HPRB that there be no overriding restrictions, or however you want to phrase it, on the parking lot development, you certainly can do that. And I think what Peter G has suggested as the resolution is pretty close to what we want.
So, but I have to say, given this answer, Jordan, that I stand corrected, and Peter Lynch, it was closer to the truth on that, which is that there is some, I mean, the implication here is that there is some grab as a result of this historic designation on the parking lot. I'd still advocate for this resolution, because what I'm suggesting we endorse is the historical designation and restrictions on the building only. But I do stand corrected if Jordan is right, that then Peter Lynch is right, and the board has some grab on the dimensions of what, or some aspects of what could go in the parking lot in the future.
Well, I think they can. I don't know how binding it is, Peter. I haven't ever seen anything like that myself, but my experience is limited.
May I offer again, and with the hopes of, because I do believe that this is a great site, the bank, and I hope I'm not putting Mr. Lankowski out here, but he seemed not to mind ditching the parking lot. Again, I would hope that we could isolate the bank and not include the parking lot. But I think I would probably stand with, if the parking lot's included, I would vote no on a historic designation. And I'm seeing all the comments too.
It's not included, Peter, in that it is not protected. But it is subject to an HPRB review, because and if it were a separate parcel, it would be also. Like I mentioned, the Magruder's parking lot would probably go through some kind of review if they were proposing a 10-story building because of the Avalon.
And Jordan, thank you very much for being on here. I really appreciate it. You're a big help, and you're a testament to the service to the community. I really do appreciate it. I guess that's just where I would part. I just don't think that
well, let me
future development on the parking lot should have to undergo any historic preservation review.
So let me ask the commission. I mean, I'm happy to do either of two things. One, vote.
Michael Zeldin has his hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want clarity, Jordan, on one thing. If the parking lot and the building are both designated, is it less likely that a 10-story building or 8-story, whatever the ceiling limit is, 7-story, 6-story, it doesn't make a difference, a building could be built that would overshadow the bank building, or are they just not? So I'm looking, I think in my mind of like Red Lion Row down on Pennsylvania Avenue, 20th Street there, where there was wonderful old townhouses and a nice cityscape, and they preserved those facades and built this, another nondescript GW building that completely overshadows it. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, what is the best way to protect that from happening?
by designating the bank as a landmark.
No, but I'm talking about the parking lot. Does designating the parking lot as part of the designation of the bank help, hinder, or is irrelevant to any development of that lot?
The only thing, the parking lot would be considered a non-contributing portion of the site. It is not protected. It is not historic, and it is not specifically protected, but it is subject to review. Now, something just occurred to me. The arcade is next door right now to the PNC Bank. If we were to build, if a developer were to build or propose a 10-story building on that PNC parking lot right now, it would probably have to go to HPRB review because of the Avalon, of the arcade. You don't want to totally mess up the streetscape in an area that has valuable historic buildings. That's just a basic concept and premise of historic preservation. It's not just the specific building, it is broader than the building itself.
And so, I'm sorry to ask the question again. And so if we want to preserve the streetscape to the maximum extent possible, should we include the parking lot in the historic designation, or is it irrelevant?
It's not included. It's not included. The only thing that's really included is the building. The parking lot is on the same site. So it is a non-contributing portion of that site. It is not protected, but it is subject to review. There's a subtle difference here, Michael. It is not protected the way it would be if it had a structure on it that was worth preserving. It is simply subject to a review because it would affect the ambient atmosphere of the building itself. I'm sorry, it's a little obscure, and I'm doing the best I can to try to explain the subtlety of how an area adjacent to a historic building is relevant to the building itself without being historic.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
I appreciate the effort. I have to say, I'm a little disturbed by the Preservation League people who Peter Lynch asked repeatedly, and I asked repeatedly, and we got answers in the emails that said it's a developable, the parking lot is developable. So, I mean, I think I think we can either vote on this, or I am happy to withdraw it. If we vote on it, my argument would be to Peter Lynch and to Zach that because this is structured as our support is conditional on the restrictions applying only to the building, that is a sort of the area where we have agreement. And some of us, maybe Michael and I, agreed that, you know, having some review of the parking and some review of the parking lot is a good idea. But where we have agreement is that the building itself should be preserved. Do we want to take a vote on that? I guess there's a motion.
We need to take, because we have to get this into
Okay.
by a certain time. I mean, we're on the deadline with this as normal with others, you know.
Are there any other?
Thank you, Jordan. That was very
Thank you.
helpful. I really
Yes, thank you very much, Jordan.
So should we just move to a vote? I mean,
Yeah, I call the question.
okay.
All those in favor of the resolution as proposed, raise your hand. 2. Michael, you're on mute.
And the resolution as proposed, I've lost track of the resolution as proposed. The resolution as proposed
I'll read it
says
again.
what?
The
With respect
resolve,
to-
ANC 34G supports the application by the DC Preservation League and Historic Chevy Chase DC for historic landmark designation of the structure at 5530 Connecticut Avenue Northwest that now houses a PNC Bank branch and is also known as the Chevy Chase Savings Bank, with the express understanding that the designation is focused solely on the bank building on the eastern portion of lot 95, which is its tax lot number, and not the adjacent parking lot. You had received this yesterday about.
Yeah, no, I know, but it's 10 o'clock and I forgot.
I know it's 10 o'clock. Okay, so let's see, we asked for the yes and had 2 or 3.
All those in favor, raise your hand.
Okay.
All those opposed?
Okay, then
Any
it fails.
abstention? 1, fails 2, 3, 1. Okay, let's move on.
So wait, but I'm sorry, does this mean that they can come back? And I'm just confused about what we've just done. I think that we all have.
We've not supported the application as it exists.
Yeah, we're not. We didn't
But do
support
the people who voted against it not want the bank building to be designated as a historic building? Is that the reason for the no vote? Or is it because it's somehow complicated with the parking lot? Because I'm just confused of what we just did. I thought that we had consensus that the bank building itself was worthy of designation as a historic structure. And I abstained because I don't know I still don't know what I'm voting on. If we're voting that the building itself should be designated as a historic structure, I'm in favor of that. I just don't understand what the conversation about the parking lot has to do with the designation of the building itself. And Peter Lynch, this was your.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer.
And so I'm just trying to figure out what it is that we're doing here.
So can I, Peter, we just had a vote.
I understand, but we could call for a new vote, but I'm just not sure that we are in consensus about, at least I'm not sure that we are in consensus about what we just did.
Peter,
I'm clear with how I voted and what we were doing. And we spent a lot of time emailing preservation board folks about it. Commissioner Zeldin, I'm happy to talk with you where I stood on this afterwards, if you'd like.
Well, if he's asking that we revisit the vote, which he is leaning to,
right?
Just clarify what he's asking.
Okay. So as Mr. Benderly said, it is primarily the focus of the historic designation on the bank building, which I agree with, which I think most of us are happy to support. But there is a part of the parcel that includes the parking lot. If in the future there were to be any development on the parking lot, it would, according to the preservation folks and according to Mr. Benderly just now, would have to undergo a review of the Historic Preservation Review Board. My stance is that a parking lot should not have to undergo any such review, but I'm in support of the bank building being a historic designation. And I asked the Historic Preservation Board folks and the community members that put this forth if they could isolate the bank. The Historic Preservation Board folks said that they would not because of public notice, and they would not because this is typically how they do things. Again, I just don't believe that a parking lot which has no historic significance should be included in any part of this or have to undergo Historic Preservation Review Board process later on. So that's where I stand.
But it will have to undergo. I mean, what Jordan said, it because of the landscape, if you will, the cityscape, anything that's proposed will have to be reviewed consistent with that. So it's not as if we don't designate the parking lot, and it's only the building that we're designating. The parking lot cannot be designated. It's not a historic building.
Right.
But what we're trying to do is,
which I agree with. But if that's the case, then take out the parking lot and don't worry about the parking lot again. And they wouldn't
legally do that, Peter Lynch. What's the law? I mean, can they legally do that? I mean, is this just something arbitrarily that they're saying, or is this something that legally they cannot do?
Well, it was after repeated questions, it did not get closer to the reasoning for why they were including the parcel of the parking lot. And Mr. Benderly spoke to it and was more clear, but he also offered that in the future, the parking lot would have to go under Historic Preservation Review Board.
Right.
Which I don't think is,
But it
why
has
would
to-
a parking lot have to?
But it has to undergo that as part of the normal development process on the avenue. It's not, the parking lot is not being designated as a historic site. The only thing that's being designated is the building. And whether and the parking lot, if it seeks to be developed, will go through the normal processes of development. The parking lot is not part of the historic designation. It just gets, when and if a developer comes along then and proposes a development plan, it will have to be consistent with development on the avenue. So we're not designating the parking lot as a historic structure. Only the bank is being designated as a historic structure, and the parking lot will be developed according to normal development processes on the avenue.
I'm not sure that's correct.
Well, that's what Jordan just said, I believe.
I don't think so.
We can ask him to come back on, but that's what I think he just said. Peter, you're on mute.
You're right, that is pretty much what he was saying.
I know your hand was up before this, but it seems to me we had a vote. My resolution failed. If Michael were to change his vote, it would still fail because it fails on a split vote. Unless Peter Lynch or Zach Ferguson have a friendly amendment.
I think we're making a big mistake here. I mean, we should vote on the resolution.
Yeah.
The review of the parking lot is a review. That's the process of they've told us that over and over. I mean, it's not something arbitrary that's being done. That's the process.
So I'd like to call for a revote because I think we're only voting on the building. We're not voting on the parking lot. The parking lot is not part of the application.
Okay, but before that, Zach, did you?
Sorry, I knew exactly what I was talking about and understanding where we're at when I voted. And I would consider that pretty abnormal to go back to a vote now, another vote.
So just Peter Lynch procedurally, and just please remember, this is just for new folks. You can absolutely, you can go back and take a vote. You can put a vote on the table. You can take it back off the table. You can do that procedurally through Robert's Rules of Order. So the commission can do that.
Okay, Zach, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I did. Well, I think most of our community might wish we could table this till after the Civic Corps, but just Michael, you asked about my explanation. I sent around by email earlier, and earlier tonight I said, I think historic landmarking is best done collaboratively. We don't have collaboration from the property owner here. That's not something that couldn't be got. That they have plenty of time. There's that's something that could be done. We don't have it. So that's one of my concerns here. Is the people who put time, money, and effort into this building haven't told us what they think about this, and I think that's a pretty big deal not to hear from them.
Okay,
Commissioner Burke, could I just offer this? Just listening to the conversation. In support of your interest in doing the right thing here, the right thing might be to pause this for now to try to see about what Commissioner Ferguson is discussing in terms of the property owners, that further consultation, and then come back and revisit this in the very near future. Also, there have been a lot of comments in the chat box that are attempting to be clarifying. There seems to be a lot of opinion and maybe perhaps some expertise being shared that would benefit the commission. I think there's been confusion on this among the commissioners, notwithstanding everyone's efforts to make it clear. I think we all want to do the right thing, and it seems to me like maybe giving this a little bit more time and consideration would be the right thing for now.
I'm happy to do that, and absent Michael moving to, for a revote, I am happy to recede and.
And
take
so
your
Peter,
vote
I
on-
was asking you, when does our decision, when does our resolution have to be turned in? I know there was a deadline. When is that deadline? Because we can I mean, if we have time, we could absolutely bring it up at the next meeting. We just don't want to miss that deadline.
Right, right.
I
Is,
thought it was February.
it's when?
I thought it was sometime in February. Last meeting was on the 9th. Oh, let's see.
Let's see, is Jordan still on? Let's just promote him, see if he knows the answer. Jordan? Do you know the answer for when this comes up before the Historic Preservation Review Board?
Yeah. They're scheduled to meet on Thursday. 26th. I believe that's Thursday. Yeah, the 26th.
Well, I think that this is, if they want to come back, they want to withdraw it and meet at another time. I don't see, even if Michael changed his vote, that we would be able to break this tie, and a proposition with a tie loses. So
We just turn in the resolution as voted on. That's all we can do.
well, we don't have a majority here.
The resolution failed. You still have to submit that.
Yep. Okay. I propose we do that, unless Michael has other views. I think that's what we ought to approach this. If the Preservation League or Historic Chevy Chase wants to come back to us, that's fine. But I don't see a way out of this, and it doesn't seem like it's for us to mastermind how we get a majority here. I mean, there have been legitimate positions put out on both sides.
So can I say one thing? My understanding about the process at the HPRB is that any comments that are put forth by individuals or the ANC or anyone will be considered, but that no agreement is required from the community. They simply review whatever comments are presented.
Okay, well, I personally will be putting in a comment that parallels the draft resolution, but that I'll put it on my own behalf. So I think with that, I will simply notify the board.
So Peter, pursuant to the authority you all have, I would ask for a revote on a resolution that asks for a designation of the building itself, period, full stop. Just the designation of that building as a historic building, and leave the parking lot discussion completely out of it. That's what I am proposing. Straight up on the building, and the parking lot left for another day, if and when someone wants to develop it.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I second.
I'd like to just add a point of clarification here. The Historic Preservation Review Board will still consider that lot, the parking lot, whether we say don't consider the parking lot or not. Is that right, Mr. Benderly?
They're not commenting on the lot at all at this point. If there is a development proposal down the road and it's going to affect the way the adjacent arcade building or the PNC building, should that be a landmark, they will take a look at the design of the proposed building that would affect the background for the landmarked building or buildings in this case. So, if we're talking about a massive structure, it's already going to have to go through a design review because of the arcade.
Okay, so
I like Zach's comment in the chat. Right now, we're talking about a lot of hypotheticals.
Yeah.
It is important to, I've tried to let you guys weigh in, but it is important to designate protection for this building, for me. We need to try to make this happen.
Okay, so we're going with, you seconded Michael's language, and so we're dropping my resolution and we're voting on Michael's language. Can we go to a vote?
Yes, I call for the vote. Well, is there any discussion? Any other discussion, commissioners? Clarification?
Well, I'd just like to say, we do have one comment from Ron Eichner saying that the parcel, the lot will be considered. I did originally ask for Commissioner Zeldin, what you're proposing right now, to isolate the bank parking lot. I mean, I'm sorry, the bank. I agree that the bank building should be designated historic for historic preservation, but not the bank. If we can be explicitly clear about isolating the bank parking lot, then I would be willing to get behind this as I was previously. But I think as it stands right now, I don't think they are going to isolate the bank parking lot.
But my resolution, which is friendly, Peter, and I think that we are in agreement. My resolution is in follow-up of your point that we are as an ANC designating this building and this building alone as a historic building, and that when the development comes for that parking lot will be considered in connection with the location where it's found, near the arcade, next to a historically designated building, which would take place anyway for any building.
Right.
So I know it's late, but I don't agree that anything potentially being built at the parking lot should connects with the bank or should be considered connecting with the bank. So I guess I just part ways there. And
I think that's the law, but we can leave it.
That's what I was saying. I think
that's the law of development is that that development is considered consistent with that which is around it, but we can leave it be. But anyway.
We go to a vote?
I call the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. 4. All those opposed? 2. Any abstentions? It passes 4-2-0.
All right, then you'll give me language, Michael?
Okay.
I don't know what the difference between yours and mine is, but
There isn't. It's just it is the same as yours, Peter.
It's just taking out that parking lot part. That's all it is.
But Peter's thing didn't have the parking lot in it. Anyway, all right, Peter, you and I can figure it out.
Yeah. Go back to the tape. All right. Thank you, folks, for making it this far. All right. We are at the discussion and possible vote on a resolution on a surplus hearing for the Chevy Chase Civic Corps, which I know many of the folks online are very interested in. We do, if folks did not see this, Peter, can you tee this conversation up while I go to the site and get them the link for the resolution, just in case the community has not seen what's posted?
Yes, and I will read the resolve part. I've circulated a draft resolution on the proposal to surplus a portion of the community center library site. This emerges from a lot of conversations with the zoning design and development committee, a lengthy meeting at the community center last Thursday, and then immediately afterwards a meeting with the race committee. It's involved conversations with Councilmember Fruman, some of which he referenced in his remarks at the beginning of this meeting, and with people at DemPed. And what's emerged, what I think is the agreement, certainly between the advice of the two standing committees and the agreement that I think Lisa is on board with, is this resolved. ANC 34G believes that surplusing of any sort at this time is not appropriate because the commission and the community do not have the details they need to make an informed choice. Proposition 2 is the ANC is not prepared to support surplusing unless and until DEMPED works with the commission to develop and execute a substantial community engagement process that gives residents the opportunity to offer suggestions and cite priorities prior to issuance of the request for proposal. And finally, the third proposition is the ANC calls on DEMPED to extend its timeline for the community center library project and to work jointly and closely with the commission to develop a comprehensive planning process that engages outside experts and looks at the community center library and beyond to achieve goals. Host a series of public charrettes that provide the visual and factual details residents need in order to usefully comment. And align the community's desire for reasonable scale with the mayor's and this commission's off-stated goals of helping to house those with a right to live in the community of their choice, but not always a means, and especially those with families in need of space, good schools and services, and a shot at wealth building home ownership. So that is the resolved. I move that we put it on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Are you going to lead the discussion, Lisa, or do you?
Any discussion? It's open for discussion from the commissioners. Michael Zelda.
So, Peter, I sent proposed amendments to your resolution. I sent it around to all the commissioners. Fundamentally, where I depart from you is in paragraph 10 of your resolution, whether the ANC which says the ANC is not prepared to support surplusing unless and until DEMPED works with the community. What I've changed that to is whether or not the ANC is ever willing to support surplusing cannot be considered unless and until. So I'm not prepared to say if they change their process to be more transparent, that they somehow have an understanding implicit in your language that we will support surplusing, because I do not support surplusing. And I certainly don't support the notion that if we just allow them to be a little bit more transparent with us, they will get our support. I think, for example, that the community library space could be wholly used for community purposes. They could have a library, expanded library, community center, senior citizen center, and then an expanded pre-K 3-4 in walking distance to Lafayette and an additional Head Start. All of that stuff would be community property and there would be no need for surplusing. So what I'm suggesting in my language, which you all have, is that we are not committing to be to support surplusing at any point, but certainly not until we see what their plans are for this property. So maybe it's nuanced, but I think it's an important distinction.
Okay, I'm perfectly happy to accept your language in paragraph 10 as a friendly amendment. Lisa and I had long conversation with the ZDD committee, and your changes also included changes to the final paragraph in my thing, paragraph 11. And I'd ask that we preserve that language, which reflects the advice of the ZDD. But I'm happy, in order to get your vote, to accept your paragraph 10 language. If you wanted to type it in and send it to everybody again, that might be helpful.
I mean, I can do that, but let me just move on to paragraph 11, which is
that's what I'm talking about. Paragraph
I know. So I have your agreement on paragraph 10. On paragraph 11, you're saying that develop a comprehensive plan that engages outside experts at the community center, host charrettes, all that stuff is fine. And then I don't understand the last paragraph, align the community's desire for reasonable scale with the mayor's and this commission's off-stated goals of helping to house those with the right to live in the community of their choice, but not always the means, and especially those with families in need of space, good schools. I don't know what that means. And so what I was trying to say in my more structured language, for me at least, more structured, I wrote the development of a comprehensive planning process, including public charrettes, that engages outside experts to look at the community library center complex to determine whether surplusing is warranted, and if so, under what conditions, with particular attention to be paid to the feasibility of including mixed income affordable housing on the complex. I think that's what we're saying. And I think I said it more simply than you did, but without the complexity, I think, of your language.
Well,
could I jump in here, Peter and Michael?
Yeah.
I think this would be helpful for the whole community. There's a lot of chatter around what surplus is, and I was hoping we could get a baseline understanding. Surplusing, according to DMPAD, is not giving this away or selling any parcel of that land to private developers. So when you brought up the instance of Head First or childcare or anything other than a library and a community center, as I understand it, that would require surplus. Is that correct or no? I'd like to hear from hopefully everybody, because I think we need to get on the same page about what surplus is and is not.
Surplusing is a private-public partnership. So if they were to just renovate the library and community center without any additional development on that property, you would need no surplusing because it would remain a community property. Remember the person spoke to us.
Just a library and just a community center. But like supposing if you were to add a fire station,
then it would not require.
That's a public property.
Then it would not require surplusing. If you add a school, which is what I'm suggesting, because Lafayette is on the brink of overcrowding, we don't have a pre-K 3 in our neighborhood. We could use more seats in the pre-K 4. We could use more seats for special ed. We could use more seats for Head Start. All of those things would be community property development. It wouldn't require what you lose out.
This is not what DMPAD has said.
That's right. But we think.
Are we saying that they are not being honest about what surplusing is?
Surplusing is for private development.
I think they said that. I don't remember them saying anything but that.
And in any case, Peter L.,
They've always said that.
in any case, the very point of this resolution is that we don't know enough about what surplusing is, so we want to hit the pause button, and
right.
we want a process to develop this site that we are more deeply involved with. To try to settle this matter tonight would take legions of lawyers, would have, it's just, the point of this resolution is to try to buy us time to straighten out this matter among many others. And so I don't think that whatever it means.
I'm with you, and I like the idea of slowing this process down. I've advocated for that for a while. And I appreciate the work you've done here. I think it would be helpful for the community if we could all talk about surplus and have a general understanding of it. And I think there are several different definitions and understandings out there, which is making this whole conversation all the more complicated. So I would hope that we can get clarity on that going forward. That's all.
Michael,
not here
I think that, at the moment, I'll take advice from the other commissioners, but at the moment, I think my 3 points at the end, the Zoning Design and Development Committee very much asked for them. The last bullet, which is the one you questioned, simply says we try to strike a balance between what I think is one of the major concerns of the community, that we not end up with a gargantuan building there. So scale is important. with these other goals, affordable housing, including the possibility of home ownership.
But I've included that, Peter. If you look at my language, I just sent it around again. I think it includes it. I think it's just, it does so more succinctly.
Well, I'll take guidance from the, I mean, I've worked hard to put together this ZDD, as you should be aware, and they specifically asked for language of the sort I've provided, but you know, to get this passed, this has been my experience this term so far. You know, got to give ground. So, any other comments from commissioners?
I don't have any issues with Michael's language.
At the end?
Yeah, I don't.
That's fine, we'll take it. Any other comments from commissioners?
I don't have any issues either. I indicated previously when this went around in draft that I would be supportive. Michael's amendments are fine. I'm wholeheartedly in support of further community engagement.
So let's see, one person has their hand up. Stacy Band, do we want to, and do we have questions that we want to address?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hadn't even.
Yeah, I know. We're closing in on 11 here, folks. So, you know,
Wow.
yeah.
I think some of this, I'm sorry. I have to
The
apologize.
questions are, they're all.
Some of these were going back to the historic district, so I apologize so much.
Mr. Gordon is asking for a reread of the resolution. That's one pertinent question.
Okay, so there are two changes, friendly amendments, because I don't think Peter and I have.
Then why don't you read the results?
Yeah, right.
Read
So
the whole thing with your language.
So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the two,
No, the
two
results.
paragraphs that are being changed.
Well, then hold it, Michael. Then one thing. So to Robert Gordon's question, the first resolved paragraph stands as is and reads, ANC 34G believes that surplusing of any sort at this time is not appropriate because the commission and the community do not have the details they need to make an informed choice. Take it away, Michael.
Okay. Then paragraph 10 would now read, whether the ANC would ever be in a position to support surplusing remains to be seen, but it cannot even be considered unless and until DemPed works with the commission to develop and execute a substantial community engagement process that gives residents the opportunity to offer suggestions and cite priorities prior to the issuance of an RFP.
Okay. And 11, the final paragraph reads.
Then 11 would read, ANC calls on DemPed to extend the deadline for community center library project and to work jointly and closely with the commission to develop a comprehensive planning process, including a series of public charrettes that engages outside experts and looks at the community library center complex to determine whether surplusing is warranted, and if so, under what conditions, with particular attention to be paid to the feasibility of including mixed income affordable housing on that complex.
Okay. Can we go to a vote on this?
May I add just one addition to that last paragraph that Michael suggested?
Sure.
And that is to include where you have said outside experts, also the consideration of the zoning committee. Would that make sense? Or because I think including community input and the people that serve on that committee would make sense as well.
I don't think it's necessary. I don't feel the need for it, but I mean, if you want it, I mean, you can have it. I mean,
just checking.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I will say with regard to charrettes, just drawing on my experience of during the small area planning process, where we begged for decent visuals. I mean, to give people some sense of what the thing would look like. I think that I think it would be smart, Michael, to say a series of published charrettes that include visual and factual details necessary in order for residents to make a useful comment.
That's fine. That's fine with me.
Okay. Okay.
There's also in the chat did we talk about the language outside experts? There's some a comment from Ron, but also a comment from Carol regarding who would they be. Do we want to say something other than that? Do we want to leave outside experts out?
I mean, we could say outside experts as determined by the community. I mean, we can.
That's sort of why I was suggesting the zoning committee alongside the outside experts, if you want to keep outside experts.
Can you read that
Well,
section again?
Yeah, I'm not wedded to outside experts. That's Peter's language. I just left it because.
Yeah, but I tell you what, we'll knock it out.
Yeah, I would suggest just removing that if we can, if everybody's amenable to that. Can we just remove that part?
Okay, then it would read, then it would read, ANC calls on DEMPED to extend the deadline for the community center library project and work jointly and closely with the commission to develop a comprehensive planning process, including a series of charrettes. And then Peter, what yours that has visual, whatever that language is.
Visual and factual details necessary for residents to make comment. Yeah,
I'll add that in. Develop a comprehensive planning process, including the charrettes with the visuals, that looks at the community center library complex to determine whether surplusing is warranted, and if so, under what conditions, with particular attention to be paid to the feasibility of including mixed income affordable housing on the complex.
All right.
How about a vote?
We have a raised hand, Andrea Rosen. I know she wants to talk. I'm sure that raised hand is not a mistake.
Are you bringing her up? I can't.
Yeah, I just did.
Slow on the draw here.
Hi, Andrea. You can talk. You're muted.
Okay. In the sequence of events that Jill Stucker outlined, the RFP follows the surplusing vote. So if you're going to say that all of these conditions need to be met before the RFP, then you're already at the point where surplusing has happened. So I would say that they should all be set as conditions before surplusing, not before the RFP. Does that make sense? Because I don't know if I'm making sense at this point.
Well, we can certainly say that in paragraph 10.
But I thought, Peter, that the council member said that
He did.
the RFP was coming prior to surplus.
He did. But that's going to be a fight on everybody's part. So I'm happy to say we put it before surplusing or RFP. That's fine. I mean, we've had these very differing accounts of sort of what the sequence is. So.
Well, when I watched the meeting that Jill Stucker held with you all, with the ANC, the first one, I wrote down, I literally transcribed everything he said. And the first thing was surplus. Once it's considered surplus, then they send out RFPs with agency requirements.
I think you're right.
I talked with him today, Andrea.
Yeah.
23rd. I'm tired too. 123 RFP comes out before surplus hearing. That's
really okay. Well, maybe you can.
For protection's sake, why don't we put both in? I don't see why.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, if you could word it that way, I'm fine.
Okay, I have three things to say. That's the first one. The second one is, I think you should specify that any charrettes be done with ArcGIS imagery. That is, it's the realistic, experiential. You can really see what stuff looks like. It's what all grown-up planning departments use. And then third, I would not kick out independent experts if the ANC or the community could choose them rather than OP. Sometimes you can get like a planning group from another city, so they don't have any vested interest. They're not tied into the real estate developers. You need some expertise. I mean, this is what I'm told by people who know this stuff.
Right, Andrea, though, the leaving out the phrase outside experts, it still says develop a comprehensive plan using the visuals and the charrettes that looks at the community center to determine whether surplusing is warranted. We could say, if without saying outside experts, we could say the development of a comprehensive plan implies that we'll have a planning process that includes whomever we need to advise us. So I don't know that it's necessary to articulate.
I guess
I think it can be.
My concern is
assumed to me.
I'm sorry. My concern is that I've seen in other examples where they call in a developer to be the site planner or an architect who's very tied in with the development world in DC. And those people never leave the project. They become the owners of.
You want to say independent experts, put experts back?
Yeah, independent.
Experts, in which the community has a voice, and the community has a voice in choosing.
Yeah. Or maybe even selected by the community. I mean, a voice means very little to our government.
Yeah,
I just have seen it in other instances where it's just all very insidery and.
Okay, Carol Grunwald suggests disinterested experts.
That's a good idea.
I mean, I think, I think the ARC stuff is we're getting too specific. I mean,
Oh, no, I disagree. It is not too specific. They never use it here. Honestly, it's used in small towns and has been for a long time. It's never used here. Okay, there's a reason, because they don't want you to know what it's really going to look like. I know you think I'm paranoid, but I've been watching this stuff for 10 years.
What's the word? What's disinterested?
In our work, Peter.
What's
which
that?
has nothing to do with housing planning.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed it.
I said I've seen it used in my old line of work, and we had.
We saw it used at Maret. We saw it used by Maret, right?
Absolutely.
And we went to the city. We went to the Office of Planning and asked that why couldn't they use it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I mean, are you okay with putting that in, Michael?
Independent and disinterested.
This is where we get to the visuals part that we put in.
The ArcGIS.
Okay, hold on a second, including.
It's just, it's standard. It's a technology that our city deliberately avoids using. They even own a license to use it, but they don't use it. When I asked them why they didn't use it during the small area plan, they said, oh, because we don't have the data. Well, you're making a plan. Why don't you collect the data?
Andrea, what is it? How is it written? Is it ARC capital A?
ARC, all capitals, I think, /GIS.
Capitals also?
Yeah, I believe so. Oh, there's I saw somebody put it in the chat.
Yeah, that's it, Janelle. Yeah, it's ArcGIS.
But all capitals.
GIS, Sam,
all
like
capitals
Sam.
with a / between ARC and GIS.
Well, I'll Google it.
No, take the / out. They'll know what it is. It's just,
we'll work it. We'll
figure it out. Okay.
Okay, I just want to say one last thing. Kathy Patterson, the auditor, once did an audit on what happened with McMillan Park. And she said that at many stages, there were distinct changes in the work that was being done, and yet they never sent out new RFPs to have it competitively bid on, which should have been done ethically, and that's standard practice. So that's why I'm trying to I think there has to be wording to indicate that whoever plans this does not have a stake in developing it. You see
So the
what I'm
way,
saying?
so the way I
So-
wrote it, it says develop a comprehensive planning process, including a series of public charrettes that provide visual representations using ArcGIS and factual details residents need in order to usefully comment. So that's the parenthetical. So without the parenthetical, develop a comprehensive planning process that includes independent, disinterested experts chosen by the community that looks at the community center complex to determine whether it, and the rest is the same.
Okay,
And with regard to this issue you're raising, Andrea, I mean, there are going to be plenty of resolutions that we're going to do further on. I mean, we're trying to, most importantly, all of this goes to trying to slow the process and get the community a real role, slow the surplusing process and get the community a real role in the planning. I mean, I don't think this is not the last resolution we're going to pass on this subject. So I don't think we can, I think that we ought to get this in place and before we all pass out.
Okay, let's go to Peter Lynch and then Mara. Thank you, Andrea.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate, and thank you, Andrea, for being here. I appreciate Cal's recent comment on this. And so I also propose just a slightly different wording. Instead of including mixed income affordable housing on the complex, and I have it written in the chat, it would be including affordable housing, social housing, or a community land trust.
No, community land trust isn't an or. It's one, say that again, Peter.
So, and I have it written in the chat as well, and I hope this speaks to the concern that Cal brought up. I personally don't believe, and I think much of the community would be behind this, that market rate housing would not be appropriate on the site. And I think mixed income opens the door to market rate housing, whereas affordable housing, social housing, or some community land trust encourages a movement away from market rate housing.
Can I suggest that we just take out a community land trust, not because I'm not in favor of using one, but because it is an ownership or a stewardship way of holding land. It doesn't get you to what kind of housing there would be. I mean, so either affordable housing or mixed or social housing speaks to that. I think
I would be happy with that. My only concern was just to pivot away from the potential of primarily market rate housing.
Well, okay. I can live with that if others can.
So what's the language? Tell me the language.
So in the
Yeah.
last, and thank you, Peter, for entertaining it. In the last paragraph, taking out mixed income and including affordable housing and social housing.
Affordable and social housing.
That's right.
Well, there's.
I know what social housing is. I don't know what that word means. I know we've always used affordable and workforce housing. What is
Now we're getting into the definitions of what's affordable, what's mixed income. I mean, mixed income could be a differing levels of affordability under the affordable housing umbrella. So
could we
So
just
what-
use
we
in
can just say affordable. Just say affordable housing. Social housing falls under that. So this says, let me.
And Cal is just saying just affordable. I would be happy with just affordable.
Fine.
If everybody else read it.
But Ron Eichner is saying social housing has a market rate component.
It does.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that means.
I'm still learning too. My mistake. How about scratch social
think we're
housing
safe
and just
with-
say included affordable housing?
If you
Can I
wanna
say, because we've used this before, can I say affordable and workforce
I'm fine with that.
housing? Because we've talked about the affordable
Right.
and workforce housing for public employees and stuff, which may not be defined as affordable, but is also a need in our community from a.
Can I just ask that?
Michael, I would support that. That's a.
Can we, I think we need to move for a vote. I mean, fundamentally.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that.
We need to get this, we need to say that we're not for surplusing now.
That's
And
a
we want,
major-
and we want
Okay,
to
we've got,
get.
I just,
That's a
Peter,
major point. That is a major point.
that's fine. That major point is in there. I just want to make sure these details are in there. So this, I can put this thing to bed tonight, even if we can't get to bed.
And we can, yeah,
So that it's done.
okay, let's let Maura speak.
Thank you, and I will be brief, and I'm really appreciative of the effort that's being put into this to try and stop the steamroll from happening. I mean, I know this took everyone by surprise last fall, I mean, including all of you when this wasn't anticipated. And it means a lot to have people willing to stand up at this point and not allow the mayor's office and the developers to just run roughshod over all of this. I think it's valuable to say social housing in here, because as we've talked about, there is widespread support and likely to be passed the Green New Deal for social housing, which is why many folks believe there is this land grab to deliver our public property into the hands of private developers. So putting the brakes on this does give us the opportunity to see also what unfolds with that and what new opportunities are available for the district to be able to use its own public land for the public interest. And once you take out the square footage profit motive of private development, there's so much more that can be done with this space, and also addresses the issue of, like, do we have to build 10-foot buildings? No, we don't, because we're not building for profit and we're not building for luxury housing. We're looking at this for, as Michael has talked about, the ability to have the library, to have the community center, to have a senior center, to have green space, to have pre-K, to have housing. You actually can do these things when you're maximizing the space for the public good and not just building to make money. So I think having social housing in here is a great idea because it's also an important point of reference right now. But again, I'm very appreciative of what everyone's trying to do here and actually standing up and putting a brake on this until we can have a better understanding of what needs to happen and what can happen here.
Thank you, Maura.
So do people want me to say, with particular attention to be paid to the feasibility of including affordable, social, and workforce housing? I mean, I could put a string of those three words together.
That's fine.
Bruce, does that make sense to you? You're on mute, I think.
Bruce is like,
No, I'm not. No, I'm thinking, I appreciate the attention to detail. I think in broad strokes, the substance we're all in agreement with.
Yeah.
So I'd say let's go. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna,
Michael, we can pretty up this resolution.
It's done.
So that we don't hold up people. But one of the things I just wanted to add to the community discussion is just to let you know that we have, obviously folks know as previous commissions have really supported affordable housing in the civic core. This commission, I hope, will do the same. But the one thing that we all have agreed upon is we do not like the process that DMPED is using, and we do not like the lack of community engagement. Most of you guys know I'm a big affordable housing fan. I told Peter my true position and some of the issues that some of the public are concerned about. I'm not as concerned about, because I'm really concerned about building affordable housing. But one of the things that I am really a stickler for is community engagement. And, I've talked to Councilmember Fruitman about it. We're on the same page. So you heard what he said at the beginning of the meeting. I've talked to Deputy Mayor Falchicchio about it. He knows exactly how I felt. I have conveyed your sentiments to him and made sure he understood that this commission, and just for some of you guys to know, this commission did not have the votes for a yes on this surplus bill. So we were not going to move forward with a yes. It wasn't going to pass. So this is the best we could come to in terms of agreement. And we are all in 100% agreement that we want this community treated better. when it comes to these decisions. I understand, and like I told Deputy Mayor Frauchicchio, I understand that we have been in this process for years, but we are still in the process, and going forward, we have to continue to be involved in the process. So I know there's a lot of talk on the listserv about which way we were leaning. And as you can see, we have a lot of questions, you know, even still tonight. So sometimes we don't put out things because we're still contemplating issues. Sometimes we don't get a chance to get our resolutions out in time because we're still contemplating how to draft them. And you guys have been tremendously helpful tonight with helping us get to some of those details. Thank you also to the committee, Zoning, Design, Development. And this goes to like how committees work and why it was so important for us to get that committee up and running. When I went to that committee meeting, I was not going to be moved off of my vote. They moved me because they had great conversation and great ideas to bring us to the middle. Racial and Social Equity Committee, the same thing. And you know, those committees are very different if you look at their missions, but they also said that we need to push for engagement and make sure that, you know, the city knows that we're serious about that. So hopefully you see that in a resolution. That's the only thing I wanted to say, Peter. You did a wonderful job moderating. So carry on.
Let's vote, okay? How about that? The vote is a yes for the resolution as amended, all in a friendly way. All in favor?
We need a second first.
No,
Second.
she seconded it, it was on. Yeah, so we have a unanimous vote.
Yep. Yeah.
Numbers never cease. Okay, we're heading in 4 hours, 43 minutes, 4 hours and 45 seconds in. What else we got?
We have not had a unanimous vote. I don't know on anything. Thank you, commissioners. That was easy. 600.
Can we do bylaws next week?
Oh, please.
Yeah. So commissioners, if you don't mind, can we table the bylaw discussion to the next meeting?
They're not even on the agenda.
It's very tiring.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, what I'll do to make it easier for everyone, because we really need to kind of keep the original language there and just use strike out and insert.
Yes.
So everybody could see exactly what's being proposed to strike out and what's being proposed to insert it. I will do that and I will circulate it so that way it's clear and we can vote on it a lot easier at the next meeting.
Yeah. Commissioner Gore, if I'm not mistaken, there's only really one paragraph of the bylaws that we're currently discussing, right? The rest of it is.
No,
Okay.
there's more amendments in there. Yeah.
So
Not many, but yeah.
So Bruce, the way it played out, I think, was we had bylaws. You proposed edits to those bylaws, which you circulated. And then I think I may be the only person who, on top of your edits, proposed a second set of edits. And so what is circulating is your and my edits. We're not inconsistent in most places. It's again a bad habit I have of wordsmithing. But the one thing that we have some minor level of disagreement is I keep defaulting to our oath of representing the city as a whole, and your language tends to emphasize advocate for our community. I don't think that they're inconsistent, but I think we need to spell out that we are advocates for our community, consistent with our oath of doing what's in the best interests of the city as a whole.
Right. Well, again, this is something we're going to talk about separately, right? So
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not.
But just so when you look at Bruce, when you look at what I'm doing, that's what I'm trying to do is bring in the city as a whole language into advocating for our neighborhood, mindful though of our obligations to our oath.
Great.
Okay. Committee reports, just real brief. Zoning, Design, and Development. Peter, you want to go? Just a brief report.
Our gargantuan committee met. We broke the ceiling of having an actual in-person meeting, the first in my time with the ANC. We did not break any barriers in terms of having a hybrid meeting. I could not for the life of me get a signal out of the community center library building. So I do, to Zach's point, I do hope very quickly we can put a group of us together, you know, look on Wirecutter and Consumer Reports and talk to a few people in the neighborhood about what is the best stuff for hybrid meeting and go buy it. But the group has a lot of different opinions. And I mean, I think the best endorsement is that they helped Lisa and me get some clarity about how to handle this, the issue we just handled. End of report. Oh, and I think we're going to do at least a regular meeting at the fourth Thursday of every month. I will move a schedule out to the committee to be sure it's okay with everybody. We may well have many other meetings in addition to that, but just so we have a schedule, like Race has a schedule, I'll get that out and get the next meeting arranged in the next few days.
Okay. In terms of race committee, we had our meeting on January 17th, and one of the big issues that we were working on was the recommendations that we submitted to the committee or the commission today. Those recommendations are under the meeting page for tonight. I will post them under the race website tomorrow, this week. I'll get them posted. The next committee meeting is on February 21st. And just ANC, we do have to take up their recommendation. So whenever a committee gives us a formal recommendation, we have to take it up, meaning we have to vote on it. So we need to get back to them. We can do that on our February next meeting, February 9th or the 13th, whenever that is. But just keep that in mind. We'll have to take up that recommendation. And then with the Maret Project Task Force, they had their first meeting, and I don't have that date with me, but the next meeting is February 22nd, and they will have an update posted tomorrow on the first meeting. So that's that. So now commission business, Peter, minute.
I didn't get them done.
Okay.
This didn't get them done.
And we should just explain to the community. I know a lot of folks are starting to drop off. Our elected secretary is Jim Nash. He was out for the first meeting. This meeting, he's also out. He has been on travel, including out of the country on pre-planned trips. So we will be working with him and Peter and myself to get the minutes caught up and posted online, because I know that's going to come up.
Yeah, I will have the minutes for this for our previous meeting done within the next couple of days. I was too full. Can I just at this
But
moment,
Peter, you've posted the audio of it. So so anyone who missed it and is desperate to hear it, just go to the audio in the pending the notes.
and I will have this video up tomorrow morning. So go ahead with me. I just at some point I think that we ought to vote for a Sunday 7 o'clock deadline for anything for a meeting the following Monday. I mean,
I don't think we want to box ourselves in, Peter. I mean, just like with the Civic Core resolution. I mean, it's just hard to box ourselves in like that when we have, especially stuff that's deadline based.
But as long as you're doing the webmastering, you're going to be the one who suffers most for that. I mean, that means that at 4 o'clock Monday afternoon, all of a sudden.
I mean, whoever hopefully we eventually hire will be able to do this, but I don't want us to box ourselves into that because it's very difficult for us as a commission to do it. We've never really done it.
Okay.
We can state it.
That's just my point.
We can state it as an aspiration.
Yeah. Is that okay, Peter?
I'm fine. I'm not going to be doing this secretary job much longer. So,
Okay.
I need deadlines, or I run right up to the last minute. So,
Check payments, Zach?
Yes, we just have one. It's $28.09 to reimburse Lisa for MailChimp. And that's our only reimbursement. Does anyone have any questions, or if not, I move for us to reimburse Lisa $28.09
Second.
for MailChimp. Any discussion or ready for a vote? All right, all those in favor? All right, great. Just brief, yeah, I think I emailed you all the treasurer stuff, so, but to the constituents, nothing new really since last meeting. We're still shifting transition signatories, so no major transactions are happening.
Okay. And I would like for the commission to vote on establishing a Zoom business account. Right now, our Zoom account is a personal account under former Commissioner Randy Speck. Trying to transfer that to me has been very problematic. I can't make co-host. Our committees can't use it. So I'm like the only one. I've talked to Zoom support and they said that we really need to be on a business account so that we have a lot more flexibility. So I don't know if you guys want to discuss that further, but it is very problematic to be under this personal account. I can't even get Randy's email off of the account or, his password. We can't, change over admin. It's not going to work for us.
I move to support it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I second.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. I appreciate it. 6-0. Okay. The last thing I wanted to talk to you guys about briefly, we had a lot of discussion about hybrid meetings. Can we all agree, and we don't have to vote, can we is there agreement that we should move to hybrid meetings? At least start exploring it and being able to do that?
Yes.
And Zach, I'd be happy to meet with you about, I do think, Lisa, we're going to have to do a little research about this. The camera that Jerry Mallett's used is this little thing like this. And my problem is actually not the visuals, it's the audio. We were in just a lounge at the community center and that echoed all over the place. They almost we almost had that meeting in the auditorium. And so I was in there the day before. The worst acoustics in the whole world. And so there's going to have to be some, and I'm told that there's something called an OWL system that pivots the mic to speakers so that you get better audio, and it is powerful enough, directional enough. Anyways, we ought to do some research, but I think we ought to set ourselves a goal of the end of February to be back to be doing hybrid meetings.
Hey, Bruce, when you have your town hall listening session on Thursday, which I'll miss because it's when I have my AU law class that I teach. See what it sounds like in there as a matter of acoustics, and if it sounds okay, maybe we could raise with St. John's the possibility of holding our meetings there. They may have audiovisual equipment too that we could use.
Right. I will. We're, as I've mentioned to you, we're just doing it. I take your point. We're just doing this one in person without any kind of Zoom component. So it'll be in person, not hybrid. But yes, they have different rooms that are fully multimedia equipped. So there would be the facility there, presumably, to do a lot of what we want to do. Something we'd have to look into. By the way, I just want to let everybody know, it's come up in this context. I have reached out to Bega for an interpretation of whether even taking meeting space from an element within my constituency could constitute a gift. And they are looking into it. So I will hear tomorrow from them. If it does constitute a gift, then the question is whether or not our budget, ANC budget, could be used to pay for meeting space. Some of you may already know that. ANC could clarify. If that's the case, then we could reimburse them for it, whatever it turns out to be. And then I would obviously assess from there whether I would want to do those further because of the cost involved. That's just something I want to let you know I'm looking into.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. You can always have them give it to Peter Goslin.
You see Peter's look.
But the one thing I think it's clear about our meeting tonight is that if we were only in brick and mortar without hybrid, I don't think there's a chance that we'd get the 150 people who would stick around for the call. I think it's so important that we maintain this virtual component to this for families and others who just don't have the means to sit in a community center for all that time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
So we've discussed that. Do we have other business?
Nope, that's it. I just gotta get, good Lord, copy the chat and all that stuff.
Folks, I just want to mention, we started this whole meeting talking about gun violence, and I don't know if you've seen the alerts. There was a second shooting in California and
California, yeah.
And we have 20 people on now, and there were 50 at 11 and 150 before that. And I have said this to other people, but I think the connections we're making and the bonds we're building through all of these processes and through the ANC somewhere down the line is going to be useful in facing some sort of tragedy that may come towards DC or anything that might challenge the community. So just wanted to cap things off that way and also say thank you all. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, Bruce, one other question. After you have your meeting on Thursday, would you give thought, see what sort of turnout you get and the response, whether or not we should think about, well, we can each individually try to replicate what you're doing, or whether we should have listening sessions or talk sessions like that among the seven of us to have periodic all ANC wide conversations like that. What attracts me about that is if we actually get people in attendance, it helps us build out our contact list, which is the biggest problem that we have in terms of trying to gauge the sentiment of our community, is that we just don't have anything near a majority of our constituents' contact information.
There's a lot I know we're done. There's a lot we can say about that I'm working on. I'd be happy to share with the group at an appropriate time. I'm building out a contact list right now, and it's a painstaking process. I agree with you.
Yeah. So any advice that you can give us as you build it up, we can ride your coattails a bit. That would be, I think, very helpful.
Happy to do it.
Yeah. Okay, we adjourn. It's 11:18. And you all are free to log off unless you want to hang out with me while I've got
all the Q&A, and I've got both the dismissed Q&A and the other Q&A.
You copied it already?
I copied that, but I haven't got the chat. You got the chat?
No. I'm gonna stop recording now.
And Peter Goslin, I sent you both resolutions.